I'd like to call this meeting to order. This is the open meeting, United Laguna Woods Mutual, regular open meeting of the United Laguna Woods Mutual Board of Directors, a California nonprofit mutual benefit corporation. Can all of you hear us out there? Okay, I just want to be sure. And it's Tuesday, November 8th, 2022, 9:35 a.m. And this is the board room virtual meeting. And this is the notice of meeting and agenda. So I'd like to call to the order, and we do have a quorum. And so the first action is the Pledge of Allegiance. Director Akrakar will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Would you all stand? Thank you.
Hold your hand on your heart and face the flag and go after me. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Is there, at point 3, is there media here? No, I guess not. Okay. Oh, okay, so we are on the air, but I just don't know if media is here. Oh, okay. Approval of the agenda. Anyone has any objections to today's agenda? Please raise your hand and I'll recognize you. Or if I don't hear any objections, then we'll just agenda is approved. Then item 5, approval of the meeting minutes. And rather than taking them individually, are there any changes on any of the 5 meeting minutes that are posted here? September 13th, September 23rd, October 6th, October 21st, or October 27th. Any objections or changes needed for any of those meetings?
I have.
Yeah.
I have a. Well, I can't find it. It was just a verbiage thing. The sentence didn't make sense. So we'll just.
I just want to change to the October 27th meeting, which was in the agenda prep, because it says I was there, I was excused.
Microphones.
And I was excused.
Yeah, put your
Oh, I'm
Sorry, thank you.
Okay, sorry.
So that's 5E?
Yeah, so it's, 5E. It says that I was present at the meeting and that also I was excused, but I was on a plane, so I couldn't be here. So, yeah, so I wasn't at the meeting.
Get that change? Any other changes? Okay. Hearing none, we accept the changes that were made as amended, and the rest of the agenda is report of the chair. So something right in front of me. Okay. I wanted to welcome everyone to this meeting. And this is the first meeting for me as president again of United Board. And I want to announce that I want to enhance the professionalism of our United Board meetings so we can focus on solving problems of our residents, and have agreed to some new rules with my directors in a recent meeting. And these rules, I think, will help and will help in making us more welcome to you and making these meetings more professionally run. So one of them is that there's to be no interruptions when directors are speaking. They'll be recognized to speak, and they'll speak, and there won't be any personal attacks. There won't be any threats, and there won't be any names mentioned. You'll please make your speeches and reference to the chair, and I'll give, if a director does become out of line, I'll give them a couple warnings, and after the warnings, a couple warnings, on the third warning, I'll ask that they leave the room, leave the meeting. So I think I want to bring back decorum into our meetings and make these run as smoothly and quickly as we can. And I think this will help. And the other announcement that I'd like to make is that we're going to be hearing from the Finance Committee in a little while, but to maintain our safety position with our financial investments for our reserves, our Finance Committee has set up an ad hoc investment advisors and professional advisors to secure the best advice. And Azar Asghari, Director Asghari, has been working very hard to pull this together, and we'll update when we get to the United Finance Committee. And I think that was the main thing. So now I'd like to open up to point number 7, open forum, which is 3 minutes per speaker. And please, based on the rules that I made before, these kind of apply to you guys too, that I don't want to have any interruptions, or I don't mean to be this a debate or personal attacks. Try not to mention any names when you're making your presentation, but I'd like to welcome whoever would like to speak at this time. And I think you have 2 minutes to speak about any subject that's not on the agenda. So do we have any speakers that would like to come up?
Our first speaker is Chris Collins.
Homegrown charity is celebrating its 25th anniversary. How has the foundation been able to continue for 25 years? What sustains it? Clearly, the donations of clubs and individuals are the mainstay of the foundation's support, and the foundation is very grateful for this support. These donations will permit the foundation to spend nearly $300,000 this year to help village residents experiencing hard times, funding things like Meals on Wheels, providing access to the local food pantry, and supporting Alzheimer's daycare. To be able to spend this much, the foundation also has to acknowledge another very special group, whom we call our legacy partners, those who remember the foundation in their wills and trusts. It is this extra funding which ensures that the foundation can meet residents' needs without interruption. Once screened by social services, no resident needing financial assistance has been denied help. Fortunately, we have these resources to meet all such needs because our legacy donors who provide that additional funding while also permitting the foundation to meet new challenges. More recently, we received the proceeds from the sale of a resident's manor after his death. This extra funding above our usual commitments permits the foundation to continue its fall prevention programs and rent emergency response devices for fall-prone residents who cannot afford them. Last year alone, the foundation rented approximately 60 of such devices for villagers who paid, and we paid them monthly fees. Falls are one of the biggest health and financial problems facing older adults, and nearly half of the local ambulance calls into the village are due to falls. If you'd like to become a legacy donor, a gift to the foundation by will or trust is easy to arrange, and a gift can be a specific dollar amount, proceeds from the sale of your property and asset, or it can be a percentage of an overall estate. If you already have a trust or will, you can easily add a provision designating a gift to the foundation with a simple addendum. Your estate lawyer, accountant, or financial advisor can help you with arranging this gift. So for more information, please contact the foundation at thefoundation@comline.com or 949-268-2246. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. Who's the next speaker?
Our next speaker is Maxine McIntosh.
Good morning, neighbors. We finally get a little rain that counts for something, but did you get a leak along with it? You know, we don't know we have the leaks till the rain gets steady. I've got one in my kitchen. My husband's got the bucket under it. I wanted to ask if we could please have an update on the report on the solar equipment that was installed in some of the laundry room patios. I think that was, I think we're heading into our 6th year now. And the stated purpose was that it would provide savings for the community that we begin to realize right away, and that we would get our $3.5 million plus invested in it back by the end of 10 years. So I'm wondering about what has the progress been that's been made toward that. I do know that it seems like, at least I still have a habit from old board meeting days. I go in and out of laundry rooms quite a bit when I'm walking, and that we still have a lot of people, I'm sorry, not still, that we do have quite a few people buying their own machines and installing them, and maybe fewer and fewer actually using the laundry rooms. So I'd appreciate that if that could come up at a meeting. I want to thank our new president. He's been president before, but new this year, for his mentioning very clearly that he is striving toward improved decorum. You know, improved decorum helps everybody. I love it. It's a good term. I hope that a lot of people listening on TV, coming to the meetings, will remember that. Improved decorum makes everything more successful. We move ahead better. Also, recently I had cause to mention our Department of Social Services to a few residents who were being challenged a little with different personal problems. And I wondered how many, I'm working through you to the community here, how many people in United know how seldom it is that a age-restricted, gated community for seniors ever has their own Department of Social Services. And I assume the reason for that is it's very expensive. You have professional people involved in maintaining that service along with the others who help them. And we have 18,000 people here, rounding it off. So we share the cost and we're able to afford it. Anytime you need help from social service, I've gone in twice for advice, once for placing a family member in an Alzheimer unit, and another time besides that. And someday I may need it for myself or my husband. Do encourage anyone who comes to you, if you can, to go to our Department of Social Services. I find it is outstanding, right here in our building, and they love to help you with in any way they can. Thank you.
Who's next?
The next one is going to be an email. This is from Andre Toring. The email reads, Dear United Board and VMS staff, the Superior Court has officially dismissed a restraining order alleging harassment filed against me. I believe I deserve an apology from United Board and VMS staff. United Board, VMS staff, and United Legal Counsel demonstrated extremely poor professional and legal judgment in the eyes of the Superior Court, who ruled their complaint was not based on facts. They are exaggerated, irrelevant, and their statements were simply not credible. Retaliating against an elected director who demands performance accountability, seeking customer service report and data from VMS is a fulfillment director fiduciary responsibility, in which our official director's handbook specifies directors' duties, and VMS staff must provide directors such information when requested. The RO lawsuit demonstrated how these individuals egregiously violated their own fiduciary responsibility according to the Superior Court. The significant legal fees they paid to our counsel and unconscionable and challengeable abuse of association members' monthly fees. This member comment requests an apology to all members for this unprecedented act and me for use of member money at will for a frivolous lawsuit harassing a fellow member. Be fearful. This could happen to each of the board member if you criticize VMS's performance. It has happened several times to our other board members before me. The board needs to establish better code of conduct to protect board members from being abused by VMS executives, working with these two board members, and waste money on legal counsels. Remember, you could be the next one when you demand VMS to do a better job. Thank you for your attention and courtesy in this matter. There are no more member comments at this time.
So any responses to open forum speakers at this point? Cash.
Well, first I want to give kudos to our very sincere woman who comes in and appreciates all the good work. Maxine, thank you so much. That's all I have.
Tony?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to correct something that said by former Director Torn. There was not a lawsuit involved. It was an attempt to get a TRO, so that's a misstatement. Thank you.
Thank you.
I also have a comment from Andre also, that it wasn't frivolous. There was reasons, you know. I mean, people that have been there at those events where there was abuse, you know, the reason why we didn't get the TRO, because it wasn't physical abuse. But abuse, verbal abuse and threats are still harassment. And, you know, he's my next door neighbor.
Yeah, I'd just like to say thanks to Chris Collins for the update and the good work that the foundation does, and that's pretty impressive if you ask me, that all that you said and how people aren't turned away, and just want to say thank you.
I have a few comments. Echoing what Tom just said, I want to thank Chris for bringing that up regarding the foundation. And she left her contact information, which was very good. So if you need that support, that help, please contact the foundation. They provide excellent service for our residents. And also, if you're thinking of leaving a legacy, you can please contact them as well. And then the second item I wanted to talk to is regarding Maxine's issue of the solar update. I think it would be great if we could provide a solar update at our next meeting. And if staff could prepare where we are, where we stand after 6 years of completion of that project, and what the payback is, what the return is, it would be wonderful to hear that for the whole community. So I'd appreciate that. And then finally, regarding Andre's email, the board is preparing a response to that email, what Andre had said. And we're also preparing transcripts from the court because there's been a lot of misstatements in emails that we've received. And we want to clarify the situation, and we want to explain clearly to our residents what really happened at the court, and explain to them clearly why it happened and explain the background behind it and explain actually what happened. And that's the value of the court transcripts, because we've been hearing a lot of misstatements come via emails, and I think that needs to be clarified. So within the next few weeks, we anticipate that our response will be sent out to the community and in answer to Andre's email and others, and we'll be sending that shortly. So, Megan.
To jump on the foundation bandwagon, this is the season of giving now, starting now, and it's the holiday season where you're looking for a gift for somebody you know. The foundation accepts those and accepts your donation and will send them a card telling them that you have made a donation in their honor. And that's a very good thing to do. If you have no other ideas, I think that might be the best. Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to the next. VMS board update, number 9. And who is
How about
here?
respond to the past? B.
What's that? I'm sorry. Oh, response to
8B?
past open forum speakers? Is there a response you'd like to make to?
VMS supposed to create that one and give to someone to read it.
Oh, we didn't. Okay, all right, we'll come back to that. Okay, VMS board update. Is Cynthia here? Or? Oh, she's on Zoom.
Yes,
Okay, Cynthia, you're welcome to.
I'm here, but not here.
Okay, please go right ahead, Cynthia.
Good morning. Good morning, President Ross and all other mutual board members. I'm here to present the October VMS to United Mutual Board. On October 27th, I'm sorry, do we have the screens up? Do we have the
presentation is up.
PowerPoint up?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you and we can see what's on the
I
presentation.
don't see it. Okay, so are we on page 2 then? Thank you. We go back to page 2, please.
Bear with us for one moment, please.
Sure, no worries. All right, page 1, the VMS presentation to the United Mutual Board for October 2022. Next slide, please. On October 27th, we held our inaugural contractor open house, a very successful open house, I'd like to add. The information was provided to help residents and contractors navigate mutual consent and various processes. We had a City of Laguna Woods representative there to present and share information about the city permit requirements. Our team listened to residents and contractors about their experiences with both of these processes. And there will be additional open houses in 2023, as well as workshops for the real estate brokers and agents and escrow professionals. Next slide, please. In our goal for continued improvement with communications between our residents and boards, as well as customer service, we created a focus group designed to help with these communications. We had 6 focus groups that were held over 3 days. And in these groups, one was specific to multilingual residents, one was specific to older residents, so we could really get a good feel of what was going on. And the scope was simply to find out what communication channels were being used the most by residents for activities, for governance, for any other topics about well-being. what was effective, what was ineffective with these channels, and what methods could we do or have to improve these village communications. Next slide, please. The data collected, we used a short questionnaire, group discussions, and we had an outside facilitator observe. Residents were asking for, as a result from these focus groups, better website use. It seems to be a little unuser-friendly or user-unfriendly. Easier to search and better to translate for other languages. They wanted proactive communications by the boards and the committee actions. They feel like they get the information down the line or after the fact. They would like a master calendar for all village events and activities in one, instead of breaking out and having to go to different ones. The neighborhood and small community events with a board member participation, so that they can really interact with board members and have one-on-ones or talk to them directly, and more cross-cultural inclusion. Next slide, please. In our effort to promote employee morale and retention, we have Employee Excellent Awards that are presented in the spring and the fall. The most recent one was held on October 17th of 2022. The idea is to highlight outstanding employees who have demonstrated excellent customer service, they have achieved great results on their projects, that they go above and beyond their regular job duties, and that's not just a one-time thing, this is just their mentality and how they handle things, and they exceed service expectations and make a positive impact on the village living experience here. Next slide, please. For this fall 2022, our Employee Excellent Award recipients are as follows. I'll go through them very quickly because I know everybody can read. We have Raul Berrigan, Francis Gomez, Connie Hubble, Abel Lucero, Paul Ortiz, Kendall Osborne, Clemente Sanchez, Don Simoncelli, Haley Bochum, and Dan Yost. Next slide, please. Now let's look at the resident service performance for October. We captured call center statistics, walk-in statistics, and customer service satisfaction. Next slide, please. The call center statistics for October showed a call count of 8,637 calls. We had a percentage, 80.85% percentage of calls answered. Our goal was actually 90%. We were a little off, but we are working hard to improve those calls. And the average wait time was 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Our goal is 2 minutes or less, but we understand that there are some kinks that would need to be worked out, and we're working very rapidly on handling that, as you will see in a moment. Next slide, please. Thank you. The broadband services, the call count was 1,902 calls, 88.54% were answered. Again, our goal is 90% or greater. The average wait time was 2 minutes and 3 seconds, almost made it, with a goal of 2 minutes or less. Next slide, thank you. With regards to the walk-in services for October, we had 3,899 customers. Their average wait time was 4 minutes and 33 seconds. The transaction time ranged right around 5 minutes and a half to the total elapsed time of right around 10 minutes. Our goal is 15 minutes or less, so we're good there. We just want to make sure we keep our efficiencies where they are or better. Next slide. Okay, we have a work order satisfaction survey we do every month, and it held steady for October. We had 457 responses with an average of 4.62 stars, slightly up from our year-to-date, which through October was 4,566 responses, and the average rating was a 4.59. So, thank you. There are some better times to call resident services. If it's obviously if it's very important or it's an emergency, you call as soon as you can. But if it's not, then there are better times to call, which would be off-peak hours, like 1 to 4 in the afternoon, or midweek versus Monday, because Monday morning from 9 to 1, Monday through Friday is really the busiest time. So consider calling when there's a lower volume after peak hours, or even emailing at residentservices@vmsinc.org. Next slide. We developed the resident services 2023 priorities as the following. Automated agent assistance. When you call in, let's make some changes to this phone system and their responses. We will have automated voice response and automated callbacks. The call center sentiment and aptitude will be monitored, and we'll have omni-channel support, voice, text, chat, email, and also a system for residents to self-service and to do their own scheduling of events and necessary processes. Next slide. The key performance indicators, working group of board members and staff are fine-tuning the KPIs to provide an at-a-glance information of
Catherine, can you hear us? Okay, there she is.
Am I back?
I think we
I can hear you. Can you hear me now?
yeah, we missed you from the beginning of key performance indicators. Did you hear that?
All right. Well, roll back a little bit. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so we are working with a group of board members and staff in fine-tuning the KPIs because we want to provide an at-a-glance information about our VMS performance. Our longer-term objective is to measure these and other KPIs automatically with the ERP system so that we have information available at your fingertips. Next slide, please. The board member training, we have set up for a coordinated training effort on November 18th. It's to train new board members or to refresh the training for legacy board members. It will cover the GRF trust, roles and responsibilities, fiduciary responsibilities, duty of care, loyalty, confidentiality, introduction to all departments, and any legislative updates. That concludes my presentation from VMS, and I would be happy to answer any questions I can.
Thank you very much, Catherine. Are there any questions? Director Lee.
My question is, now the call center, resident services in October, the call count was over 8,500, and the percentage of calls answered is around 80%. The wait time is around 3 minutes. And I also had some experience when I called the resident service, the waiting time has cut much, much shorter, which is a great improvement. But my question is, when the resident call and get connected to the first person, and it would take a little over 3 minutes. And then they state their issues, and they had to be connected to whoever in the area, right? And sometimes I think the residents are having a problem. They talk to the person in the resident service, but then there's no follow-up, and they get very frustrated, and they go back, keep visiting back to resident centers several times with the same issue, but sometimes they never get to talk to, say they have a risk management problem. They were told that somebody from that department would get back to you. And those are the answers they would get. But sometimes they don't hear from them. Yes.
We're implementing ways to better track that, and especially with the new phone system that's coming, we'll have a lot more capabilities.
Oh, Azar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can we have page 3, please? Thank you so much. I was in that meeting, VMS, when they reported this one. As a head of academic research department, I heard how these 6 focus group find those people, then you heard in the next 2 pages about their research. When a research has a value, when the people that you're picking up can provide information about the community. I asked the person that, how did you pick up these people? And they said, first come, first serve. If you want to make a really information or make decision, this is not a proper way to count this information. I appreciate that they are doing research. It's very important before you make any decision to make a research. But first come, first serve. If those 6, they said 6 focus group, and I heard between 9 to 10 people, let's call it 60 people. These 60 people, their information should impact the whole community. And if these 60 people is only people that they are voluntary to come and give their information, this is not right. That's what I am sharing, and says, please, before you make decision, collect the group not as a volunteer, as a something randomly that be completely covered from each group. I remember when I take statistic, my professor says, if you stand near the coffee shop and ask people that go inside, 100 of them, do you like coffee? What do you think they are going to say? 100 people says, yes, we like coffee. And then you come back and put the research in the TV and says 100% of people in the whole world, they love coffee. That research is a research, but is volunteer research is not correct. So with great appreciation that they start to do research, I wanted to make sure that do not make decision based on this group until you really hear randomly from different people. Thank you so much.
Yep, Diane.
Well, first of all, I want to say that was a great point, because you can't have biased opinions if you're going to do research, on a subject. So what I want to know is, on the either calling in or emailing, what is the best way to open up a ticket? Because somebody asked me on Saturday, that they need to know, they feel that doing an email is going to get more response or a ticket opened.
As soon as you send your email, it's opened, and then it's assigned a ticket number, and you'll receive that ticket number back via email. So if that's what you're looking for, that's your best avenue.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to go. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe, to Azar's position, it might be better to send an email out to all the residents. And if you get 5% responding, you have a statistical significant response group that you could rely on. And so that may be a way to go in the future that you might want to consider, because that information is definitely available to you VMS, and that could be sent out pretty easily in an email. And if you got a 5% response, you get a pretty good statistical survey. Any other questions? Okay, moving on. Thank you, Cynthia. Okay.
You're welcome. Everyone have a lovely day.
I'm sorry? Oh, okay. Thank you. Try to stay dry, too. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable President, members of the board. This morning, I would like to touch on 3 items, please. First, I'd like to touch on a new program. In August 2019, the governor signed Senate Bill 326 into law. This law requires residential HOAs to perform visual and technological inspections of exterior elevated elements at condominium buildings, including balconies, decks and landings, stairways, walkways, guardrails, and handrails. The mutuals hired consultant Cardozo and Associates to conduct these state-mandated inspections to comply with the new law. Inspections recently started in United, and they will start in Third Mutual after the first of the year. Inspections for both mutuals must be completed by January 1st, 2025. The inspector may require access to balconies from inside certain units. The schedule of United Mutual units to which the consultant will need interior access between 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. on the corresponding day is available on the village website under the News tab. If you are not available on your unit's scheduled day, or if you're unsure there is a current unit key on file with Resident Services, please contact the department at 949-597-4600. If an inspector finds that repairs are necessary, a contractor will take immediate preventive steps until repair work is scheduled. If repairs are required, members will be notified by mail 15 days in advance. A sample letter is also available on the village website under the News tab. Important inspection details: not all units will be inspected, only scheduled units. Units are selected randomly by the consultant. The Maintenance and Construction Department only gets 3 months advance of schedule from consultant, and the inspections cannot be rescheduled. I would also like to remind residents about the Key File program. Resident Services maintains keys to manors within the community for the convenience of residents. Members are encouraged to file manor keys or keyless access codes with Resident Services to ensure that authorized personnel may gain access to the manor to perform necessary maintenance repairs in the event of an emergency, or the residing members can obtain their manor keys or access codes to gain manor access when and if the need arises. Strict and redundant security and accountability measures are in place for keys and keyless access codes. Codes for keyless entry are kept in a locked drawer with the keys. Codes are never written down or entered into any system. To submit keys or access codes, please visit Resident Services Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. And lastly, in advance of Veterans Day, Friday, November 11th, I want to thank all veterans in our community for serving our country and protecting our freedoms. Today and every day, we are grateful for your sacrifices. Residents are encouraged to honor our veterans this Veterans Day from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. at Clubhouse 2 on the front patio. Again, that's Friday, November 11th at 10 a.m. at the Clubhouse 2 front patio. Our patriotic program includes presentation of the colors by the American Legion Post 257 and guest speakers. Light refreshments will also be served. Thank you very much. That concludes my update this morning.
Thank you. Thank you, Siobhan. Any questions relating to Siobhan's points? Done?
Oh, I just wanted to make a comment on the keys, because I remember my mother had a key, with the facility, and when she went into the hospital and needed her medication, or what medication she was taking, I was able to call security, they unlocked her place, and I was able to go in and see it. So it's important.
Thank you.
I have a couple of quick questions relating to the inspections that are coming up, relating to Cardozo, what Cardozo finds. So I think that you'd mentioned that the inspections on specific properties would take place between 9 a.m. and 1 p.m., and that it would be available on Laguna Woods website as to when those dates would be. But a lot of people in our community don't have computers and don't have access to the website. Is there any way that they could be contacted by phone when they need to show up for the inspection?
Please let me clarify one thing. If they need interior access, that will occur between 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. So that's what the referral there was. And I will follow up to find out how else they've been notified. I'm sure they've been notified in other ways, because we don't just rely on the website. And I'll get that information to you shortly.
Okay. And secondly to that is, you said that maintenance and construction would be involved in the repairs as needed, or would that be a letter going out to the residents saying that they need to repair their balconies, or how does that process work, or how will that process work once they find things that are not in compliance with the law?
I can find out more specifically. I'm not sure the maintenance and construction will be involved. I'm assuming it's on a case-by-case basis on what they're addressing, but I can get you more details and provide that as well.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, is a member responsible for fixing the problem, or would the HOA be responsible for it?
Again, I would think it's on a case-by-case basis depending on what the issue is. So again, please let me provide you with additional information.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Siobhan. Next is the consent calendar. All matters listed.
Can I ask a question from Shiban?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Shiban, I remember a few months ago, maybe 2 months ago, we passed a resolution that you collected VMS information, a phone information or email information from relative of the people. Especially my concern is in finance, when they are a little bit behind, and if this person is in the hospital or something, is there a phone number? And always I ask Steve, where did you call or where did you send the letters? They said to the unit, and then it said the person is in the hospital, is sending unit. And did you apply that resolution to collect their phone number and give to finance?
Please let me explain. You made that as a recommendation, as an adjustment to the management agreement that is currently being updated. So that note is reflected in your version of the management agreement. Until that is adopted, it has not been put in place. It wasn't a resolution, it was a recommendation to change the management agreement to include that information.
Is there any way we process that one, because necessary for finance, we get to the, I don't know, a family member that they are not paying. Some of them is in the automatic payment, and maybe family member can help.
Let me work with Steve and we'll bring something forward.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay. Next is a consent calendar. All matters listed under the consent calendar are recommended for action by committees and will be enacted by the board by one motion. In the event that an item is removed from the consent calendar by members of the board, such items shall be the subject of further discussion and action by the board. Consistent with its regular statutory obligations under Civil Code 5501, a subcommittee of the board consisting of the treasurer and at least one other board member reviewed the United Laguna Woods Mutual preliminary financials for the month of August and September 2022. Such review is hereby ratified. I should start out by asking if there's anything that needs to be moved from the consent calendar to another section.
I have the F. I agree with that, but should be a separate motion or not? I am not sure, because this is a policy, is passed. Steve is here. Do you think we should separate motion or just goes to this one? I'm not sure about that. The F, entertain a motion to approve 2023 collection and lien enforcement policy.
Point of order.
Yes, please.
This is a consent calendar as it's been. If you can remove it, remove items and go to unfinished business, and pick it apart if you wish, or we can approve it with one fell swoop.
Okay, Steve, can you advise us, should I ask for remove or just go?
Let's get back to this, what Tony had said.
That's
I
what
move
said.
that we approve the consent agenda as is.
Okay, okay,
Is there a second?
okay.
Diane? All those in favor, raise your hand. It's unanimous. All right. Go to item 12 now. Item 12, unfinished business. First item is inter-board anti-harassment, anti-abuse, anti-intimidation policy, and formation of joint hearing body. In May, initial notification, revised in September, postponed for 28 days notification for member review and comment to comply with. So it's received the vote, it's received the review. Any comments on item A, interboard anti-harassment, anti-abuse policy? Any motions to approve?
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Okay. Okay, so a motion was made to approve the motion, and this is 12A.
I'll read it.
Okay, is there a second for the motion? Okay, Tony seconded the motion, and now discussion. Go ahead and read it, Maggie.
Whereas the Board of Directors of the United Laguna Woods Mutual, Golden Rain Foundation, and Third Laguna Hills Mutual require a clear and consistent policy to address claims of harassment, abuse, and intimidation by directors to staff of VMS, of fellow directors and residents, as well as claims involving harassment, abuse, and intimidation by residents to staff of VMS directors and other residents. That means it goes in all directions, including everyone. Whereas this anti-harassment, anti-abuse, and anti-intimidation policy is intended to provide guidance relative to such behavior and issue a mechanism for addressing it by the Anti-Harassment, Anti-Abuse, and Anti-Intimidation Joint Hearing Body Committee. And whereas this policy is being adopted by the Board of Directors of United and GRF in the exercise of their respective duties to maintain, protect, and enhance the value and desirability of Laguna Woods Village and the interest of all of its members. Now, therefore, be it resolved November 8th, 2022, that the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby adopts the anti-harassment, anti-abuse, and anti-intimidation policy and charter of the Joint Hearing Body Committee as attached to the official minutes of this meeting, and resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out the purpose of this resolution. It has already been moved and seconded.
Okay. Any discussion, any questions about the policy? Sorry.
Yes, thank you. I understand this policy, but being umbrella under one and mimicking traffic is not exactly what this should be. Traffic is something that around the world is the same. Red light is red light, a stop sign is a stop sign. You cannot mimicking this one and keep saying that based on the traffic light, we want to make that as an umbrella all together. And please understand, if you want to be as together, if you read the last paragraph on September 23rd, vote no to this one. So we cannot be together when one of them says no. And I am against this one because I believe United should have by itself and by its things, because is when the member is sitting for listening to a hearing, board member that they have been in that situation is more familiar than two people from GRF or two people from the third, and they're coming and voting for that. So with that said, I highly recommend that please consider this not to pass and have United for itself this one. Thank you.
Maggie, you are next.
Thank you. If this is a unified policy, that means it is village-wide. We do not need to have three differing policies with different procedures and different requirements throughout the village. If I am a United member and I harass someone on the golf course, should I go before GRF harassment or should I come to United harassment? If two neighbors are fighting across the street in Gate 5 and one does some damage to another's car or yells or makes noise, should that be a United policy or a third policy? This one unites us all. We are one small place. I travel from here to there. I could be doing bad things over there and no one would would shame me in United because I did them in third, or I did them on the golf course. So we need a uniform policy because we are free to go from here to there. Also, the harasser behind me somewhere might follow me from United onto third. Now, do I report it to third or do I report it to United? This is why we need a single policy approvable by all. Thank you.
Yes, I agree. We do need a unified policy because we have one security, we have one compliance department. I mean, they need to know that, we agree on different areas. They can't be going up every time and looking at this policy or that policy, or this policy. I mean, it needs to be uniform. And it's going to hold up better in court, too, if it had to go that direction. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we are one village, so it should be one policy, not three different policies. That doesn't make sense. Be it called under GRF or whatever, but it should be one common policy. Thank you.
Tony, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree. It should be one uniform policy so that staff doesn't go crazy trying to keep up with all these different avenues. And so I agree. It should be one uniform policy. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question. If Third Mutual does not approve this resolution, does that kill the entire resolution or not?
We would have to return with one for GRF and United specifically. We would update it, but we would talk with the third board again and see if they have any interest in pursuing something jointly. But we would report back to this board.
So even if this passes as is, if Third does not approve it, this won't go into effect? This resolution?
It would go into effect, but it would only be currently for GRF and United, so it wouldn't be all three corporations.
If the goal, as I heard other people says, be under one, by not approving by third, we will not be under one. So that's period. So that's killed that being under one. And then again, talking about we are one village. Yes, we are one village under one landscape department, but we have different rules. Our rules is different from third. We have one village, but we have different rules for maintenance. We have different rules how we cover for residents differ. We are one village, but for every single things United has different from the third. And this doesn't mean, as I said, when third is not accepted anyway, it's not gonna be all one. So if third wants to have it, then United should have for itself as well. So that is, we are saying, because United and third are the majority that they are covering for the residents. GRF doesn't have any residents. GRF is just for the clubs and things. Yes, it might happen some harassment, but for the people-wise, third and United are the majority. If third is not there, then basically we're talking only United, and United should have for own. Thank you.
Siobhan.
President, I would like Frances Gomez, our compliance supervisor, to please have an opportunity to speak. She has her hand raised on the Zoom meeting, if that's possible.
Sure. Go ahead, Francis. Good morning.
Morning. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. So this policy is a joint policy. It's for everybody to come together, be under the same umbrella, be under the same terms and conditions. Currently, as it's done separated, as it was discussed earlier today. It's done separated, United to United, third to third, and GRF to GRF. Now, GRF, even though they do oversee the amenities, they still deal with harassment issues, abuse issues, intimidation issues, nuisance issues that elevate to that level. So even though they don't have members under them, like United and Third, as it was discussed, they still deal with it. So that will continue. The purpose of this policy is to have everybody under same terms, same conditions, same process across the board. So to streamline it and be more effective across the board. Should one of the three boards not approve it or not pursue it, then everything would be revised, but the new process will still continue for the two boards or whatever boards do choose to approve it. So that will still continue, and the compliance division, who's going to oversee this piece and who currently does oversee it for each mutual, will continue as is. So I'm available for questions if the board has any further questions.
Any questions for Francis?
Yes, I do. Francis,
Go ahead,
may
go
I?
ahead, please.
Francis, as you heard, that Third didn't vote for that. So if Third has their own anti-harassment policy, and then anyway you have to deal with two. So what's the biggest problem that United have for themselves? If it is not going all together, so why United should not have for this? Can you give me some reason for that?
If the United chooses not to pursue it, then we will continue with status quo. It would just, any United member that is alleged to violate any of these rules will come before the United Member Hearings Committee or
Yes.
the United Big Board. So that will continue.
So we
won't
had
change.
it.
If United,
Interrupt. Yeah, let her talk.
you do have it. You have a process in place. What we're asking is that we just want it to be more unified, same terms and conditions, more efficient, more concrete. If United chooses to pursue it, then you would fall under that umbrella, and then it would be part of that joint hearing body.
As I understand, correct me please, so United has anti-harassment. So we have been doing that one, but now you wanted to bring under one umbrella. It's not that we didn't have it, and if something happened, we don't have anything. We already have, and we can continue with that one or revise it if we want it. If Third doesn't want to join, I strongly believe United should be by itself. Thank you.
Okay. Diane?
Yeah, I think one of the reasons why it is good to join with at least GRF, because, there's so much involved with a United member, with GRF, and, and harassment for even employees, with VMS too, So I think, Third might choose to come along with us later, if it makes it easier for compliance to deal with problems that have come up, it would be a better thing. I know I've heard things like with GRF, a lot of times they handle the harassment themselves, which I don't think, or something like that. I remember hearing that they were mediating for, like recreation was handling things, and I think it should be handled by a compliance department or a board. Thank you.
I just want to make one clarifying comment, since this started a long time ago, that this was an initiative of the three board presidents and the chair of the VMS board. This was an initiative trying to bring consistency, uniformity to the village.
I'm just curious, Shabana, do you know why Third is objecting to this coming on board on this?
I don't have specific examples, but as someone stated, I would imagine if the two corporations approve this and are under one umbrella, that there may be reconsideration.
Okay.
There is a.
We have two-member comments when you're ready.
After the directors, did you have something else?
No.
Anyone else? Cash?
We are one village, and this kind of activity should be one, or common for everybody. If we take this next step, then somebody might ask, we all three have different security requirements and things of that nature. That is not right. We are one village, and activities such as this should be under one umbrella, common to everybody. Less paperwork and more productivity. Thank you.
Just in answer to that, currently United has its own compliance policies that are unique for United. And so we do have separation of some of our committees. And we have our own traffic hearings, we have our own compliance hearings. So there is precedent to having some of our own hearings for United. Is there some other members?
Right.
Yeah, yes, our first member is Maxine McIntosh.
Okay, Maxine.
I think of the many times I've been to meetings in all the clubhouses since we moved here in 1993. And I know how many times, not how many, but frequently, different clubhouse rooms are used for political meetings. And sometimes the topics get pretty hot and people get mad at each other occasionally. I can see the need for this to be uniform throughout. You know, when we think about the responsibilities of GRF, whenever they pass a policy, it affects all of us because GRF exists for all of us. That includes security, that includes the use of the buses and how we treat the bus drivers and so forth. I hear what Azara is saying. She's really being concerned about the individual member, and that member's right. And that's good. That's good to be concerned. But looking at the chart here, when you look at the right half, under the little diamond that says member, there's two boxes under member. And look down at the second box where it says committee disciplinary decisions against responder are subject to appeal to their respective corporation's board. So anytime one person feels they're the victim of mistreatment in this policy, they go to their own board. After all, the board is responsible indirectly for everyone and directly that lives in that community. So there is that opportunity. If a person feels it hasn't gone right, bring it to this board. It can be done confidentially or it can be done in an open meeting. And you can get your board to look into it and stand up for you if you need them to. So that's why I would leave it as one organization. It's so important, and it's important that everyone knows what's going on. We aren't getting good involvement anymore lately with members of the community in the hardworking activities of each board. And the more we can provide them with ways to understand the work of the boards, the better. And I think 3 separate policies, what are you going to do? I'm over in Clubhouse 5 and somebody's picking on me from the Gate 3 area, or I'm sorry, from 3rd. And so what do I do? Where do I go? Where do I start? So I hope you will keep it all together, remembering that you are pledging to stand behind a member who feels that he or she is not being treated fairly. At least a hearing for that person, I would presume. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Next speaker is Dick Rader.
Good morning. When I came here, and I forget exactly, I was on the VMS board a while ago. And you know what? We were dealing with this very issue at that time. Oh boy, did we have discussions. And I can tell you that we had, and I can't get into specifics, egregious acts of harassment. I mean, really bad news stuff. And we didn't have any real policy to go after these people. And when they finally went to the boards, some of the boards dismissed it. Egregious things. So I think that it's important, as your fiduciary responsibility is not the third, it's not the GRF, it's what you want to do for United. That's your responsibility. And you have to look at it that way. And if you do it, I think somebody mentioned that possibly third and the others will go along with it. Read what it says. It says anti-harassment, anti-abuse, anti-intimidation. It's person to person. It has nothing to do with landscape or or maintenance. It's person to person. They're committing acts that need to be investigated. And nobody's going to accuse anybody until they go through this elaborate process. And the last point, which Maggie just made, apparently the committee disciplinary decisions against respondent are subject to appeal to the respective corporation board. You have a stopgap. Do your fiduciary responsibility. Make one thing for at least United, and hopefully the others will follow along.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment on, I was at a women's luncheon, and somehow it got out that I was on the board. And so one of the women there had just been harassed by a neighbor, and she had bruises like all over her body, all over her arms. I took pictures of it, took her information, and later I went to compliance, and I found that it was reported, it was on the list, and there's lots of cases on the list, and when they're going to get to it, I don't know, but it could use a little help with a body, that's going to handle these things. And she did go to the police too. But thank you.
I have a question to Shaban. If this does pass, then would we set up a new anti-harassment committee that meets monthly or whenever, and then we would need to appoint 2 of our members onto this committee? Is that correct?
Yes, it would be a joint hearing body, and it would meet as needed, and you would have to appoint members.
Okay.
Yes. I want to thank Maxine for mentioning, but regarding to what you mentioned in that diamond, can you imagine with the all work that we have here, how much is going to be added to this if we follow? For example, somebody goes and then wasn't happy with that, and then bring it to the board. Again, board should hear, and then go through the process, and board present and stand for that person back to the committee again. And then it's going to be over and over timing to going for that, because that guy or that person, whoever, can appeal to the board again. And this can happen for United, for TERT, for GRF as well. So this is, as I am saying again, this not for the first time. United already deal with the harassment in the past. And the system for you, and when you said you are in the GRF department where you should go, it depends on you are in the United or not. GRF doesn't have any members, basically. Is maybe you're talking, I am hearing wrong, maybe you're talking about the place that you stand in GRF. So in that case, and plus in this harassment, understanding that is all residents to a staff, director and resident, and director to a staff and resident, and there is nothing, the harassment regarding to the residents to the director, a staff to the director, or a staff to the residents as well. So I know that's belong to VMS, but we have to kind of compromise to see what about that reverse? What about if the harassment comes from, it's never happened, we have a wonderful staff here, but we're talking about once upon a time, if a staff harassing directors or a staff harassing residents, what's happened to that is not here. Is not in this one. It is just one way direction. And by already have our harassment, and by already TERT didn't accept this one, we should just continue with the United that we have in the past.
Okay.
It's not going to create more room. Thank you.
Shaban, did you have something?
VMS employees fall under the VMS anti-harassment policy, and they will be disciplined to the fullest extent allowed under the policy should they be found guilty of harassing anyone in the community.
If there are no other comments, then, Anthony, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the previous question, please. Means end debate, good. You need 2/3 majority to end the debate and go to the vote.
Okay. All those in favor, is there a second to that motion?
Yes.
Okay, Diane?
What somebody is writing,
I made a motion to
Yeah.
move the previous question.
Okay,
Is
and
there a
it's-
second?
Yeah, Diane seconded it, and is there a vote? Or what is the vote? All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay. Debate is ended. Okay, now,
4 is not 2/3 of 8.
6 is
It's 4.
6.
yeah, I think we had, all those in favor, raise your hand, just to see who we are.
2, 3,
Three,
4,
four,
5, 6.
6.
Okay.
All those opposed? Okay. Opposed?
Oh, okay.
I'd like to propose an amendment. Is that,
No,
can't
not
do
to-
it?
No, we just made a movement to end debate. It's a yes or no.
Okay, so.
Then we go to the motion.
So there's a motion at this point. All those in favor of the inter-board anti-harassment policy, please raise your hand. 5. Okay. All those opposed, raise your hand. 2. 5 to 2.
It passes.
Does that pass? Because we have nine members, yeah? 2,
We don't have 9.
4, 5,
No,
6,
we have
7,
8 members.
8.
We
So
have 8,
the motion is passed.
yes.
Okay, next is 12B. 12B, strategic planning update. And this is an issue, I know that Azar had brought this to us several times over the last year. And I think that it should be part of a regularly scheduled meeting, a special meeting set up to discuss strategic planning amongst our board. And so I don't know if we need to make a motion to have a special meeting set up to discuss the strategic plan. But if we do, I'd make a motion to set up a special meeting to do that, if there's a second.
I second.
Okay, Azar seconded. Any comments on that?
Yes.
Yeah.
I was looking at that yesterday. We have a list of 15 things. 3 of them have been done. Several of them involve VMS instead of United. The rest of them involve other things. We can review it as we like. Most of them are not under United control, but that's okay. We can have another meeting. Diane.
Yeah, I know GRF has something similar, you know, and it's every other month. I mean, it's not every month. I mean, I know we when we talked about the strategic plan, we were thinking of it as a committee, you know, ad hoc, sort of like a, so I would say it's a good idea.
So we'll set up a special, Azar?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. We had 2 times last year and last 12 months, and the one of the good results from this meeting strategy plan that established of the town hall, it came from this plan. So we had a good result, but somehow didn't have any follow-up. I recommended if, like GRF, I agree with every other month. So, but be constantly, so we can start to really build and develop something, because it takes time. A strategy sometimes is middle time, and then sometimes is long time, needs development. But one time talk about that and forget it, and we busy other committee, it doesn't work. I highly recommend it. Please put as every other month established, if other board members be agree.
Tony?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The strategic plan is good, but if you've had any experience in corporate America, the strategic plan has to be related to the business plan and the master plan. Nobody here has done that yet for me. I'd like to see how the strategic plan would work. Does it work? Because it's going to overlap with the business plan and it's going to overlap with the master plan. I'd like somebody like staff to try to make sense of that for me before I even have an opinion on the strategic plan, because otherwise the strategic plan is like a flag waving in the air. You know, it has no, It has no direction. That's my own, thank you.
Maggie has a question, I thought, no?
I think we can meet and we can review what we have and we'll see if it is really strategic planning or if it is just, there are 5 things on landscape, which landscape is doing, but not because we had it on the strategic plan. It is because landscape department decided to do these things. There are some others that no one can decide how to handle that. And others, I'm saying that it isn't a united strategic plan, but we can look at it and see if it is and if we want to do anything with it. Thank you.
So I guess the only thing we need to decide is how often. Do we meet monthly
Every
or
other
every
month.
other month?
I go with every other
I
month.
think we should meet once on it and make a decision at that meeting if we should be meeting again and regularly do this. It ordinarily follows a process which we did not follow. And so we have to just decide at this meeting what we want to do with it.
Okay. Diane?
I think that is a good idea because staff is going to have to make a schedule, book the room, and if we don't really have something concrete to go forward with. So a meeting to go over everything would be a great idea.
Okay. So let's schedule that sometime in November to have our strategic planning update, and I'll schedule that and make sure that everyone can participate in that.
Was that approved unanimously? Just to confirm.
Okay, so did we have a motion to pass that? Okay, and it was seconded? Okay. So all those in favor of having this monthly meeting in
Not
November?
monthly, not monthly.
Just one meeting.
All those in favor of having this meeting in November, special meeting, please raise your hand. Okay, it's unanimous. No, okay, it's unanimous. Thank you. 12C, discuss and consider 2021 operating deficit transfer. September initial notification, 28-day notification for member review and comments to comply with Civil Code 4360 has been satisfied. So, Azar?
Thank you, Mr. President. Before we go to what we have to do with this amount of the money, I would like to mention that if you look at the page 3 of 4 in 12C, the report that is under your hand, you can see that on the discussion, we have operating fund surplus transfer from operating to contingency. This is correct based on David Sterling. Actually, David Sterling says if such a year we have a surplus, that basically is okay, we move the operating extra to the contingency. However, when you go to the bottom, you can see operating fund deficiency goes from transfer contingency to operating. I could not find any law, any bylaw, any motion, anything in finance that led us to transfer this money. I know logically makes sense, I understand, but to give a permanent permission to the finance, I recommend that we make this issue back to the finance. We bring a motion to really make this one from now on. If such a year we have such a deficiency, then we move the money from contingency to operating. At this moment that we are talking, there is no such a rule, there is no such a motion, there is no such a bylaw or anywhere. So in that case, I am asking to table this one back to the finance. We create that motion, bring it to you, and then that's actually is pretty good for in the view of the audit, it would be good to have a motion about that.
Okay. Maggie?
I think Steve will tell us something.
Steve, go ahead.
Thank you. So the intent of this staff report that you have in front of you, as well as we start off in finance, we brought it to the board, and now it's back from an unfinished business perspective. So if it's approved today, that is the authorization in order to transfer the money from contingency into operating. Director Ascari is correct, and that Civil Code does not specifically state that if there is an operating deficit that you transfer money from one location to the next. So the intent of this staff report was just to show that when there is a operating deficit, your money just continues to go down and go down and go down. So this would hopefully set a precedent to begin the process. When there is an operating deficit, you take money from your contingency and you fund the operating. Just exactly the opposite in terms of when there is a operating surplus. You do the exact opposite. So hopefully this will set a precedent. However, in the future, the goal from staff is to make certain that when we do anticipate a over budget item prior to year end, we will request a transfer from contingency from a supplemental appropriation. Therefore, on a go-forward basis, I don't anticipate there being an operating deficit. Every year going forward, we should anticipate being in a surplus position because once again, if there was a over budget in some area, we would have in advance asked for a supplemental appropriation. But repeating myself one more time, if you do approve the staff report today, this will be the official authorization to transfer the money from contingency to operating, and that would satisfy the auditors at the end of the day.
Or could it be possible that we just pass a motion today, how to handle this in the future? So at least we have it on record, and if we all vote to deal with it that way, it doesn't have to go to finance. It could be done right here and now.
Sure.
Mr. President.
Just a thought.
Can I clarify some stuff with Steve before we move on, since he's up there now? Steve, this is an expense from 2021 we're talking about.
That's correct.
And so for all of 2022, we've been covering that cash with 2022 cash that needed to be spent in 2021. Is that correct?
In essence, correct.
So in essence, we've lowered our 2022 cash because of the 2021 deficit.
Correct.
And now it's kind of catching up with you towards the end, and we still have that cash that we've been short because we used it in 2021. A lot of places would do budget transfers and create a budget adjustment and would handle that. So either way, we've already spent the money,
Correct.
and we've got to cover it. It's going to be covered one way or another. I mean, there's
100%.
no way around that. Is that a correct statement?
That is a correct statement.
And so now it's just a matter, and we're talking that the contingency fund, it truly is a fund, not an account within the operating fund, correct?
It is a separate fund, correct.
Okay, so you're doing an inter-fund transfer then?
That is correct.
And that's what you're trying to do to cover the cash?
Correct. It's a bookkeeping entry.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question for Steve, too. So I know I have been signing these transfers that were made specifically for items that were used from our operating fund for employees and different things like that were really for reserves, and we were doing transfers when that was happening. And maybe that was just all part of 2022, and not 21, those transfers. So this contingency, which is a fund that covers items that are below a certain dollar amount, that are, can be, used to take care of business.
Correct. For unanticipated expenditures, it's a savings account in essence.
Yeah, so so you probably did have some of that in that operating fund, where you went below the amount that you had scheduled for operating. But if you could just answer that question about, we're doing these transfers for expenses that are happening for employees and various things like that belong to the reserve, the reserves. So was that happening in 2021? Were we also getting, transfers when we were spending money operating for reserves?
Correct. So operating reserve transfers, it's a separate issue, but yes, those were ongoing. So those are always taking place.
And you're always getting reimbursed, like when you're spending money in the operating for things that were reserved?
Correct. We have made some improvements to the processes in 2022. So we're coming to the board members more frequently, asking for permission to make those transfers. Before there is a long extended period of time before we would ask for that transfer. So, but now we're doing it on a monthly basis to make it more relevant and make certain we're staying on top of it. So likewise, this procedure here that we're asking for from a deficit perspective. So it is an improvement in process. So we're always trying to find ways to bring it before you on a regular basis. If you do not approve the transfer from the contingency fund and you have deficits year after year, your cash balance in the operating fund will just decline. So once again, this procedure is being requested is just a transfer from the contingency fund, your savings account, to replenish the operating fund for the amount that you overspent last year.
What I understand Azar is asking is to have some kind of legal reason to be able to make that transfer, which there may or may not be, depending on whose opinion it is, if you can do it or not do it. If it's not done today, meaning this board session, do you have a cash flow problem in paying the bills or anything?
No, not at all. There's no cash flow issue. There's nothing to be concerned about. It's just a matter of delaying the process.
And it's just a matter of hopefully getting it done before the end of the year, too.
Preferably.
Thank you. I move that we approve a 241-238 transfer from the contingency fund to the operating fund, subject to approval of the attorney.
I second.
Subject what?
Any questions?
What was that?
Any discussion?
What was the motion, sorry?
It was, I recommend the approval of 241-238 transfer from the contingency fund to the operating fund, subject to approval of the attorney.
Okay.
Okay, and it's been seconded. So are there any discussions about that?
Yes. First of all, this doesn't need to pay again to the attorney for that because this must be passed for the record and I think everybody is agreed that we might some year, hopefully not, but very rare year that we have deficiency, we can access from contingency to operating. I have no problem with that. I said there is no such a motion, there is no such a bylaws, there is nothing on that one. So we have to create that one and board should pass it and legally we can do this one. And number two, you are saying that, no, the answer to Director Casey, this is nothing related to the reserve. Don't use that words because it's conflicting. This is only between operating and contingency. And when we have a surplus, we pass from operating to contingency and by just makes sense, we are saying the reverse should be from contingency to the operating. There is nothing related to the reserve account at all, so do not bring that one. So in that case, as Steve explained, there is nothing is short right now, and please understand, everyone, right now, this money is in the operating, because operating has three fund on that one. One of them is operating, one of them is contingency. That money is in the operating account. So there is no need, no need as a money-wise to transfer because it is there just by the paper writing here. So based on that, I highly recommend that we wait until we pass this one legally and bring it back and goes that. There is no cash flow, there is no problem in that. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
I fail to understand something here. Under discussion on 12C, page 3, we are saying operating expenses less depreciation? What depreciation are we talking about? These are 60-plus-year-old properties.
So there was $3,000 of depreciation that you accumulated during 2021. I don't have the details on specifically what assets those are, but it was $3,000. If you look at the financials for year ending 2021, you had $244,000 deficit, a loss in essence for the period. So If every penny would have been budgeted exactly, you would have ended the year at zero, right? Your revenues would have matched your expenses. But in reality, your insurance came in above budget to the tune of $250,000. So the precedent for what we're asking for here is, had we anticipated being over budget by year end, we would have come in and asked for a supplemental appropriation in advance. So in order for staff to move any money out of the contingency fund, we need board approval. So in essence, that's what we're doing here. So what we could have done, once again, is back in November, December, we could have asked for a supplemental appropriation. We didn't. So now we're here at the end of the year. We're netting all your differences and saying you have an overspend of $241,000. So we're asking the board to take that $240,000 overspend and put it back into operating.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that this should be done, but I like that you're doing this reserve transfer monthly, because then you're getting an idea of what are you spending in the operating that belongs to reserves. And so it wasn't done monthly in 2021. So I know you probably tried to catch up, but that is now a procedure where you're at least taking care of that. And then if you have this deficit, then we need to really look at our budget, because there are problems. I remember being brought in because our reserves were low and our operating fund was low, and we weren't raising our dues, so.
Sure, but just for clarification, so we're not talking about reserves. This is purely
Do not
operating.
talk about
I know,
reserve.
but still.
Correct. And there will always be differences. It's impossible to budget to the penny in terms of accuracy. So there'll always be pluses and minuses over time. So again, I feel that maybe this was overcomplicated. It should have been just we overspent and we're asking the money to be returned to the operating fund.
I agree with that part.
I would like to amend my motion. I subtract the part about with the approval of the attorney.
I second that. Yeah, I second.
So do we have any more discussion about the amendment?
Are we on discussion still?
Yeah.
Okay. I think the board always has the authority to transfer funds as long as it's legal. I don't think there's ever an issue with that as long as it's legal. And I'd like to see this done before the end of the year, and we're already in November, and I think we're making a lot of work for Steve if we keep we've already spent the money. All we're doing is balancing the 2021 cash budget, not necessarily the bottom line statement with depreciation. We're just balancing the cash that was spent to the cash that came in, and seems like a pretty simple move to me. So I'd like to see it pass.
Okay, any other comments regarding the amendment that we
Yes,
just
can we at least make a motion that Hold on, I finish my sentence.
Yeah, go ahead,
Hold
finish.
on, I finish my sentence.
There is a motion.
No interrupting.
Can we,
No interrupting. No, let her speak. Let her speak.
can we make, before we postpone this one or whatever is rules, we make a motion that deficiency, if happen, can move from contingency to operating. So basically, we have a motion passed, and then based on that, we can legally do this one to pass. So first, we give this authorization to VMS that if such a things happen, move from contingency. First, we gave that one, and then second, we make this motion and legally give them.
First, we can do that, but first we have to rule on the amendment to the resolution that Maggie just made. And we have to see if there's any other discussion about the amendment. At this point, you can make it, or we can vote on it. So if there's no other discussion, then I'll call for.
No, Mr. President, but I'd like to have it restated so I.
The new resolution is to approve the transfer of 241,238 from the contingency fund to the operating fund.
I second.
And that's already been seconded.
Okay.
But it's without legal input.
Yes, that's,
So without legal, correct?
Without legal. Without.
right.
Oh, okay, Paul.
Oh, we still do have a member comment, if you want to.
Who would like to comment?
Or so, operating my memory. If I remember correctly, the contingency fund can be used, and you have David Sterling there, don't you, Anthony?
Yeah,
right here.
he does.
And if I recall correctly, it can be used.
Yes.
And I don't remember specifically. I know you can borrow, and you have to pay back within a year. Is there any other stipulation as to how you can use contingency at the present time? Are you looking at Anthony, are you looking?
Should she know?
What?
Or Steve, do you know? Steve has the answer.
Read it. Oh,
No, let staff do it.
Yeah.
okay.
Go ahead,
But
Steve.
what, the
I
point
don't
I'm
get paid
making
for
is,
this.
you have to go by what is now, I think.
Okay, Steve, do you have an answer to that?
Sure. So there is no specific rules with regards to the contingency fund, other than the fact that the board needs to approve any money disbursements out of the contingency. When you're referring to borrowings, you're specifically referring to the reserve accounts. So Civil Code governs the use of reserves, not contingency. Contingency is simply a savings account. You put it in there as a rainy day, but once again, staff's not allowed to touch it without approval.
Okay. So I think the amendment, which Maggie brought up, was to the transfer from the contingency to go ahead with the approval of the $241,238 transfer from the contingency fund to the operating fund without legal input. And that was the motion with the amendment. So is there any further discussion about it before we go to the vote?
I just have
Yeah,
one question.
Diane?
So this is just today for this motion.
Right.
Right.
And it's not like a blanket thing that in the future, they just do it automatically? No, they have to come to the board, right? Good.
Yes,
That's
yes,
all I want to know.
that's correct.
241,000 is a big number to me. And by just saying, just move the money from here to there and take care of it, it is really not too kosher. I would like to know why we are losing this much money.
Okay.
Can someone give me an
Sir, Steve, do you have an answer to?
Correct. So in 2021, we budgeted $3.8 million for property insurance. In reality, it came back at 4.1. So it was a $250,000 over expense. So we anticipated during the negotiation phase of the property insurances, we did this back in 2020. So we anticipated the budget coming in much higher. But we negotiated down to 3.8. So then ultimately when the expense came in, again, it came in at 4.1. So there was about 250,000. But there was pluses and minuses throughout the year. So some savings, some, right? So the net input impact at the very end was 244 minus 3,000 depreciation. Depreciation is not considered in this because it's a non-cash item. So the result is 241.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, not any further discussion I'd like to call for the vote. All those in favor of the amendment that Maggie had submitted, please raise your hand.
It's not amendment, it's the same. It's not
With a
amendment.
motion. That was
It's not
Maggie.
amendment, it's the same recommendation.
Okay, it's unanimous. Okay.
So now, Mr. President, can I ask a question? So now I am confused that what's happened in future if we have it? So we need any motion about that or discuss about that?
You want to discuss that? Did you want to make a motion now?
Steve, what is the best for the, regarding through the eyes of the auditor?
So this will be a approved transaction. So now that the board's approved it, staff will make the transfer from a bookkeeping perspective.
Correct.
So from one fund to the other, right? So that'll more than appease the auditors. Your question with regards to what happens on a go-forward basis?
Yeah,
Again,
can we make a
the
motion?
the definition of the fund for contingency is any disbursements from that fund needs to be approved by the board. So in the future, if we're back in this position in a year or two from now, we will come back and ask the same request.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
And why is 7 is 8 people, isn't? Motion says 7. Oh, he didn't want, okay, sorry.
Next item is item D, 12D. Entertain a motion to approve disabled child, grandchild application, September initial notification, 28-day notification for member review and comments to comply with Civil Code 4360 has been satisfied. Maggie, do you want to read that, 12D?
Yes. I will explain. If you look first, if you look at the yellow parts, those are the parts that are now in the occupancy agreement that were not in the occupancy agreement before. So we are adding disabled child or grandchild, which is what we must do. And on page 9 of 24, this also has that this person has not been convicted of a felony in the last 20 years or misdemeanor involving moral turpitude within the last 5 years. And then it has, please verify the nature. The red parts are new. Okay, and then on the next page, the yellow parts are new. So we have tightened up as our co-occupancy. This includes the disabled children and grandchild in this co-occupancy agreement, as we said. It was not in here before, and we just added it in the way the board requested. I'll read it, the pink sheet. United Laguna Woods Mutual is a nonprofit mutual benefit corporation which is authorized through its board of directors to adopt, amend, or repeal necessary or desirable rules and regulations. And whereas a primary purpose of the common interest development is to promote the health, safety, and welfare of the residents within the development, and whereas California Civil Code Section 51.3, which establishes and preserves accessible housing for senior citizens, provides that a child or grandchild of a senior citizen may be considered a qualified permanent resident so long as he has a disabling, or they have whatever, he has a disabling illness or injury and needs to live with a senior citizen because of the disabling condition, illness, or injury. And whereas the mutual has found it necessary to amend the disabled child, grandchild health certificate application and integrate it with the co-occupancy permit application to ensure a more complete application process. And whereas authorization for co-occupancy is effective only when approved in writing by the mutual and issued in writing by an authorized VMS staff member. Now, therefore, be it resolved November 8, 2022, the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby adopts amendments to the Disabled Child Grandchild Health Certification and the co-occupancy application, and resolve further that this resolution supersedes all prior disabled child, grandchild health certification forms and the co-occupancy application, and resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out this resolution. I move this resolution.
I still have a concern. We are leaving it open as to the age of the person who is accompanying this child or grandchild. Don't we have to have a 55 age limit in this?
The disabled child is a specific exception in the law. So we have always had that in the law. What we have not had is any other extra recommendations for them, such as the felony condition and so on. And so we wanted to add those just for the safety of the members. But 51.7, I think it is, or whatever it is, always was here. Any age, as long as they are a dependent of the parents, and that's a legal question, they are a dependent of the parents. So they can live here, even though everyone else has the 55 and over. Okay?
That's the law you're saying.
Well,
That's
that
by
is
law.
the law, yes. Yes.
And also it can be the grandparent?
No, the grandparents are the villagers.
Right, but I'm saying you said the parent.
Parents are-
Dependent of the parent, but could it be a grandparent,
Oh.
grandparent of the dependent? Yeah, right?
The
Yes, the
resident,
answer is yes.
The landholding, title holding resident is the grandparent or the parent of this person, yeah, grandparent. And that's why it's grandparent or parent.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Okay, any comments from our residents? Okay, if there's none, then call for the vote. All those in favor of the motion to pass this? Entertain a motion to approve disabled child. Entertain a motion to approve disabled child grandchild application. So all those in favor of this motion?
Do you have a microphone on?
All those in favor of this motion, please raise your hand.
Is,
1, 2, 3, it's unanimous. Oh, no, Cash. Did you-
I abstain.
You abstain, okay. So the motion is passed.
we missed a member comment. Would we like to hear it anyway? Or is it too late?
Did you want to make a comment?
Yes, I'm Georgiana Willis. I was just going to say.
Yeah.
That most, okay, probably that will work for most people, you know, if they have a grandchild who's disabled. But there could also be extenuating circumstances where they're, for whatever reason physically, they might be making a lot of noise or other things that could disturb the peace of their neighbors. I mean, it can't just be I don't think a carte blanche thing here, because people who live here want to live in peace. And so, and also if they needed to make any kind of changes to their condo or anything, that expense would have to be on them and not on Laguna Woods. We just need to protect that. And I think in general, I would like to see, as I'm someone who talks to a lot of people, and people seem to be concerned about the rising HOA costs. And so, and I just know so many things have come down the pike lately, like with the EV charging and various expensive items that would only add to the HOA. And I would really like to see maybe someone trying to form something where we can save some money and keep our rates, because some people lived here 20 or 30 years and they may not be worth what they were then. And they moved here because they want to live here till they go home. So anyway, but that's just my feedback. I'm not trying to interrupt the thing or anything. I just sort of I want people to be able to live in peace. And if someone's got a real noisy, scary or whatever, you get the drift.
Thank you. Yes, that is dealt with through compliance. And there are reports made through compliance, and the cases do come before the board to decide. So those are the ways compliance and security handle those. And they do go through a process. There is a process. If they are a detriment to the village and a danger to others, they can be removed. Okay, thank you.
And to respond to you, thank you for bringing a good point. However, as I understand and I read this law, is based on the law. We cannot prevent, please correct me if I am wrong, based on law, we cannot prevent to a disabled not come here because making noise or something. I mean, that's not in our hand or anything. We have to follow the law. However, you mentioned a very good point. If they need any extra accessible or a road for the wheelchair or something, they should be on the expense of the parents or grandparents, whoever has. That was, I am not sure it was in this motion or not. So I wanted, if not, our governing put it that if the grandchild needs specific things, it's not going to be on the village, it's going to be on the parents or grandparents. That's all I am asking. Thank you.
Yeah, I think they're like separate issues, but to answer that question, I mean, it has been brought up by a director in the past about if they want to have an elevator, they've got to chip in and pay for it. You know, it's not just something that the board is going to, I mean, the HOA is going to pay for, the United, you know. So that's what I say. Thanks.
Yes, handicapped people do get walkways made. They do get slopes instead of stairs put in, but it is at the member's expense. It has to go through the process of an alteration, but it is a member expense. Thank you.
It's already approved, so now we'll go to 12E. Recommendation to approve a resolution for personal items in the common areas. September initial notification, 28-day notification for member review and comments to comply with Civil Code 4360 has been satisfied. So Maggie, could you read that one? 12E.
Okay, personal items in common areas. Whereas all land outside the unit walls is considered common area, including the planting beds immediately adjacent to the units. The board of directors of this corporation is concerned about the placement of privately owned objects in the common areas, the possible safety hazards to persons, and the maintenance problems caused by such placement. And whereas the placement of privately owned objects, including plants, potted plants, statuary, and solar lights, has become prevalent and unrestrained, causing concerns about clutter, safety, and an obstruction to mutual maintenance activities. And whereas the Clients Division and Landscape Committee receives numerous concerns from residents regarding the proliferation of privately owned objects, now therefore be it resolved November 8, 2022, that placement of privately owned objects in the common areas, including planting beds, shall permit personal, non-standard landscape within the following guidelines. Residents may not enlarge foundation planters. Residents may place decorative items, garden decor, statuary, potted plants, or freestanding solar lights within one single 36 square foot area immediately adjacent to their unit. Residents shall be responsible for the maintenance of this area, including weeding, pruning, and cleanup. These items should be kept in good repair, and potted plants should be well maintained, and any empty pots, gardening supplies, or tools removed. Items placed in this area shall not impede the regular maintenance of the landscape and building, nor shall they block or interfere with mutual irrigation systems. Residents understand that the area shall remain common area, subject to the use and passage of all residents. Upon sale of the unit, the member or the estate will be financially responsible for the removal of all personal items and the re-landscaping of the area. That would be at member cost. If the personal plantings and or decorative items in the common area directly adjacent to the manor are not maintained in a satisfactory manner, that may result in disciplinary action, including monetary penalties, suspension of member privileges, and or legal action. Members are responsible for ensuring that the rules, regulations, and policies are followed by anyone they allow into the community. Residents seeking a larger area or alteration of the mutual-owned landscape shall seek and obtain permission from the Board of Directors prior to any changes through the landscape request form process. Resolved further that Resolution 010563, adopted June 14th, 2005, is hereby superseded and canceled. And resolved further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out this resolution as written. I move this resolution.
Okay. Seconded by Diane. Any comments?
Okay.
Any comments about the resolution?
Yes, this is what has happened in prior times in the last 6-9 years, maybe more, is that residents have become overly enthusiastic about moving ever and ever and ever deeper into the common areas. And they necessarily or unnecessarily seem to think that it has become okay to stack stacks of garden tools and pots and other things around. This is an effort to give them a very measurable instance. Okay, if it already exists and then landscape comes to them, then they have to make an agreement with landscape. They have to go through that. But some people just dig out a little further every year. And some of them are like 20 feet. And so this is to give them, actually it's a 36 square foot. It's 12 by 3 or whatever you want to make it 36, depending on what shape you have, to allow the closest part to your building. It's from your wall out. And so that's always been the criteria, is from the wall out, but some people have just been escaping further and further. And so this is to control and limit those and give landscape a way to talk to compliance. It becomes a compliance issue now. Thank you.
I just have a quick question for Maggie.
Okay.
Or maybe this is for compliance, but how has this been handled in the past before we pass this
Compliance.
motion? Have they enforced this?
Compliance goes out and looks at it, and until 2 or 3 years ago, there was an appearance requirement and some other requirements which were discounted by a prior board. And so they let loose some of those requirements, and we're trying to reinstate them because the result has not been a favorable effect.
Okay. Diane?
You know, I think that the whole reason why this resolution has come up is because compliance doesn't have a ruling. You know, they need to have what they can look at and see. Like, I know I had a neighbor who was putting screen doors and all kinds of big items out in front of his house because he thought he was being protected. You know, and compliance could say, no, get rid of it. You know? But when you're dealing with somebody who has 60 potted plants, you know, and it's all the way down to the curb, maybe that's going to be left that way, you know, because they're grandfathered or whatever. If it's not being, people don't complain. No, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. This issue has been handled for 60 years by compliance. If people have any problem, they bring it and they send a staff, take a picture and goes back and then make a, is it possible they're not talking? Okay, thank you. And then who is the judge? Is compliance to see what happened. Let me read from here what they are asking. They are asking the purpose of this recommendation is create a standard and members can be held if they're privately owned objects. Everything is privately owned objects in every unit. Cause any obstruction to other members, become an eyesore or impeded maintenance actively by a staff or concerned. What is eyesore? What is the definition of eyesore? So is it a placard that says no hate here is permitted? Is it eyesore to someone? Maybe. Is it based on my belief there is an objection in the garden? Is a is a subjection to the opposite of my neighbor. This actually will create more problem for the compliance. Wait until this comes and every neighbor write down to them, oh, they have two potted plant there, and they have a solar light there, or they have a decoration there, a little bit bird is under there. So all of these for every complaint. Can you imagine how many hours a staff should goes there, take a picture, a staff bring that one, and then compliance start to reviewing this. Before you know it, I bet compliance come here and said we received thousands of complaints, so please give us more staff. So we have to create more staff and pay to the staff with the health insurance and everything to cover for this. People already have, certain people, a little bit, they have a kind of garden. A majority they have in the kind of like second level that they don't have. Although balcony is a common area, they cannot put this stuff in the balcony as well. So this will create problem. People has, and then we already take care of them by the compliance. Please do not bring more problem for the compliance. Thank you.
Maggie's next.
Thank you. It's like saying a red curb is causing a problem. No, the red curb is solving the problem. The limitations were erased, 3 years ago? 3 or 4 years ago. A prior board erased the limitations. They erased the red lines. This restores the red lines. It says what you can and cannot have out there. The rules were erased by a board that preferred to be rule-free. And so here we are. And the common area is owned by all of us. You cannot leave your stuff out in the common area. Everything outside your unit, outside the wall of your unit, is the common area. This allows you 36 square feet for your planting, period. If you want any more, you can go and get an alteration request through landscape or through alterations and see how far you get. It has to go through. If we do what Azar says, which says erase the red line, then we get worse than what we have now. This is a restoration to what we had 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, up to 25 years now. There have been regulations, but this regulation was erased.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Diane.
Okay, I just want to say that this was passed by the board. It was on a 28-day, and so residents or members could, talk about it, but I don't think, is anybody here talking about it? So, it's been approved, so I'd say we need to go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have one more question.
Yeah, first of all, I'd like to ask VMS if this resolution, in their opinion, will increase the workload and how it will change the current process they're going through.
I'm going to ask Director Eric Nunez to come. Oh, Kurt, whoever wants to address it. Either one of you, please. Someone come forward.
Kirk. Go right ahead, Kirk.
Good morning. Landscape did work with compliance on this, so it is a mutual thing. We currently receive a lot of complaints from neighbors about objects in the common area. And what we don't have right now is a clear set of rules for compliance to follow for these private objects, whether it be the windmills, wind chimes, statuary, and there is a proliferation of them throughout the community. If you drive through United, you will see some places where the garden area is completely covered in pots. And this gives people the opportunity to do the gardening that they want to do. We all know that a lot of us like to garden. This gives them an opportunity to do that gardening within limits that we can all understand and within limits that compliance can enforce. There is no rule currently that gives compliance that that opportunity. They use the clutter policy now, but if you read the clutter policy, it is designed for exclusive use common areas. The balconies, Director Asghari mentioned, is exclusive use common area, which has completely set different rules than regular common areas. So this is to address those issues in common area.
Thank you.
So it's still a subjective opinion, though, as far as what something looks like, or, I mean, no different than what it is now, right?
Except for now, technically, private objects are not allowed in common area. I deal with a lot of complaints from residents about my staff breaking solar lights that are out in the grass. So they really shouldn't be out in the grass. If you want to have statues in front of your house, put them in the 36 square foot area that we won't need to go into to maintain, because you're going to maintain that. We won't need to get in there at all. We won't be breaking your items because it's within your own area.
Okay, so will you see any increase in cases because of this resolution?
I think this will allow compliance to resolve those cases that we do currently get faster and simpler, because there's a set, easy rule for them to follow. The way the process goes now is they're giving a notice, and they either remove the things or they appeal the notice by putting in a landscape request form, and then it comes to landscaping. So then this also then gives the landscape committee guidelines to follow when making those decisions on whether or not those items can stay or go.
Thank you.
Azar.
Again, you didn't exactly answer what Tom asked. 2 times he asked, do you believe that this will increase a work for compliance?
I do not. I believe it will decrease the work for compliance.
You don't believe it. Okay. Through the eyes of the residents, which I am, I can see this will increase, because people now, they have fight with each other or for any reason. Now I don't like them for the sign. I go and see the pot there and then write down to the resident compliance, hey, my neighbor has 2 pots there, and that cost 2 hours of the staff to come, take picture, go back and report it and all of this. Wait until Francis coming here and says that we received 2,000 letters just last month. So this will, especially because this word, including monetary penalties, suspension of member privilege to the and or legal action. So that means really enforcement to do this one, and that create lots of problem for the residents. For the residents, that what you can see, there is no pot there. Show me anywhere in the village that somebody doesn't have a pot there. And then you are saying for that, everybody get a monetary penalties. Can you imagine how many people coming here? I mean, everybody,
Sorry,
so that's the question.
Okay.
This is saying, this is allowing pots, not disallowing pots. This allows pots. This allows people to have those potted plants that they want. We currently get those complaints from people who are fighting amongst each other. This gives them an avenue to legally have items in common
In 36 inch, not the area.
Back and forth. Okay. Any other questions for Kurt? Did you have a question? Well, I have a quick question. So if the standard is based on an eyesore, and someone has an eyesore of, let's say, someone puts out an American flag in common area,
Not an eyesore.
or someone puts out a flag of China in the common area, they could complain that that's an eyesore. And so I guess, how do we be consistent and in our recommendations to enforce this particular motion if the or what is the definition of an eyesore, I guess? Could you speak to that?
That's where the executive committee comes in. These hearings, when people object to what they've been written up for from compliance, they have the opportunity to speak their piece to the executive committee hearings. And that's up to the executive committee to decide. As residents, representative of the residents, you decide that. It's not staff's decision.
Flags of the countries are permitted from your balcony, and from flag things. That's already in our regulations. Thank you.
I just remembered. We've had these things come to the board, closed meeting, for the clutter policy. If there was objections to a certain type of display on a balcony, it came to the board, and then the penalties and all that stuff, either they're going to fix the situation or they're going to get some penalties or whatever. So it happens, and that was under the clutter policy. So it might happen now under the potted plant policy, but at least there's a regulation, there's a guideline, what they can go through. Thanks.
Well, I don't believe by having this general guidelines, all of a sudden, thousands of people would come and create complaints and stuff. I run into these situations a lot during the membership hearing committee. What we do is we listen to the both sides of the complaint. We try to mediate them, and we try to. It's not that we process the fine right away, but we'll give them a time frame and see whether that can be resolved. And a lot of the times, we resolve things in a very peaceful way. And if the issues are brought up more because of these guidelines, we should continue to work with them, which I don't believe that this will increase any more complaints than we already have.
As Mr. Kurt said why you are doing, they said they will come to the executive committee. That's the problem, or exactly what Director Lee says, is the timing. Yes, they will bring it to the executive for every little statute that is there and somebody complain, and then they have to create executive committee to listen to both sides or coming to the compliance. That's what I am trying to say ahead of the time. I'm seeing ahead of the time. So yes, people, now you have a guideline, and based on this, the more complaint come. The more complaint come, the more staff time, the more executive committee, the more hearing to complain. This will create problem in future.
Okay.
Thank you.
You made your point. Thank you.
Well, I want to answer.
Oh, Francis, would you like to say something?
Mr. President. I appreciate Director Sar's comments and concerns. I don't think it would be a problem for staff at this time. I do think that the policy going through will actually minimize our caseload at this time, because we do have some that will resolve itself just by passing this policy. I do think that we might still get complaints about people going beyond their scope or still violating the rules, and that's fine. That's our job. We still carry it through. We still bring it forward, and we'll do that. Staff recommends that the board does pass this resolution, let it go forward. On the compliance side of it and on the landscape side of it, we could monitor it, and we could always report back to the board whether this resolution actually created a bigger workload or minimized it or just shifted one thing for another.
Okay. Thank you, Francis.
Those are my comments, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Paul?
We do have two member comments when you're ready for them.
Go ahead.
We have Maxine McIntosh.
I'm glad to see this. It needed fine-tuning very definitely. I noticed the tone of the resolution and the page before it, the good staff report it seems to me rather negative. It's saying, if you do this, this will happen. If you do that, that will happen. This mustn't happen. That mustn't happen. I would like to see, if you're looking at page 12E, 3 of 4, that's the pink resolution, 12E, and the fourth dot from the bottom. Well, that's what I was, yeah, okay. It remains common area. You know, it almost suggests that you can just go right into those flower beds and do what you want. And I know we do from time to time here, the board does from time to time get complaints about someone who's maintained a nice flower bed area, and people are coming in and picking their rare flowers that bloom once a year, or the last 3 lilies that were ready for Easter or whatever it is, or when the dwarf trees were allowed to be planted, taking the fruit. And I became aware of it was a little bigger problem than I thought when a neighbor came to me about 10 years ago and said that she looked out and she had a 5-foot dwarf orange tree that was prolific. She took such good care of it. She had wonderful, delicious oranges because she shared them with us. And she said she looked out and a security officer was picking her oranges and putting them in his pockets. So she went out and said, "Why are you picking my oranges?" And he says, "Well, I live here too, and this is common area, so I get to share." And she said, "No, I think you'll understand. I think you'll find out that the implication is if you plant it, you have total control over it. So if the resident takes charge or staff, that's the only way, one or the other, that you should just practice the common courtesy you grew up with. If you want a neighbor's fruit, ask them. And go to the door, or they're my beautiful lilies one Easter, go to the door and ask, can you spare me a couple of those lilies?" So I just want to be sure the tone of this is, I think, too negative. I would like to see something in there that references the way we buy our stock certificate when we move in here. Stock certificate says that we are not owners. The mutual owns all the property, but we have the exclusive right to use the manor. And I think we could say the people who do choose to take over the exclusive right of the flower beds should be contacted should you want to take any of the plants or anything. We've had some people pull them out by the roots and take them home with them. So, thank you.
Thank you, Maxine. Any other?
The next speaker is Dick Rader.
Okay.
Thank you. I think you're not looking at the right issue. The right issue is use of common land. That's what it's all about. And if you look at what David Sterling says, and you're going to be looking shortly at something, it says that if you grant common area to somebody, it's got to go to 67% vote of the entire community. There is an exception. I'm not going to get into that because I've been down that road, and that exception does not apply, but we could discuss that later. So what happened here was somebody decided, well, you know what? Let's make it more appropriate. Let's not just say you can't use it because it's common land. And that's what David Sterling says. So they came up with this exclusive use thing, which is, 6x6 or something, and allows people to have some portion of that land, which normally would not be granted under David Sterling. So you have to look at what overrides everything. It's Davis Sterling. And you have in your packet, you're going to be looking at Davis Sterling shortly, I think.
The next speaker, I'm sorry. The last speaker is we have Cynthia Rupert on Zoom.
Good afternoon again, or still good morning, I'm not even sure. The only comment I want to make about this is, I noticed when you say from wall outward, many of the residents around my area have problems with the bushes that are right up against their patio walls, and they want to have a little garden area, which I see quite frequently, but they can't really do a 3x3 from the wall because there's bushes there. So they want to plant their flowers or their pots or whatever right in front of those bushes. But if this is specifically saying that it is from the wall outward, then it's going to negate a huge portion, especially back in the area where I am in the United Kingdom, to allow them to do that because the bushes take up so much of that space already. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any questions? Diane, I think you had your hand
Well, I just had a comment. You know, when I moved into my unit 18 years ago, I had to sign off on keeping the Meyer lemon tree. And, you know, so, yeah, people come by. I found them in between my wall and the tree with bags of lemons, you know. But that's, what can you do? I mean, you just say, did you have to take that many? Or did you have to take the last one? But, you know, we expect that those things are going to be taken, and even in the garden centers, you know, people are going to pick the avocados, people are going to pick all the different types of fruit. I mean, you can't really stop people, and so it's just something that goes along with the territory.
Okay, as an HOA, HOAs were originally founded in the first place to protect property values and appearances in the neighborhood and the safe living conditions. So, are we changing that? No. Are we protecting that? Yes. Are we giving a guideline? Yes. And so, we are performing the duties of an HOA. Some people have gotten a little wild and carried away. I've seen a lot of fruit trees. Those required special permission from landscape to plant. And they were given areas to plant them and so on. You cannot keep your neighbors or your non-neighbors from stealing them, but you can put signs out. People put signs out and they put nets over it sometimes when the fruit comes, and you do whatever you can do. But you cannot prevent your neighbor from doing it. But you can prevent your neighbor from letting the dog go near your pathway. So, but we are just doing what an HOA can do. And if you've lived in an HOA near the beach, you know even more that they can do. This is just a single 36 square foot area immediately adjacent to the unit. If you have a question about it, contact landscape and they will certainly help you out in some way or another. So we're doing what an HOA does. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. If there's no other discussion, I call for there's been a motion and it's been seconded. So all those in favor of the resolution for personal items in the common area, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those opposed? 2. Okay. So it passes 5-2. Okay, next is item F. Recommendation to approve a resolution for restrictions on outside plant watering. September initial notification, 28-day notification for member review and comments to comply with Civil Code 4360 has been satisfied. Maggie, would you read?
Outside plant watering restrictions. Whereas August 22, 2022, the United Landscape Committee recognized that the state of California is experiencing record drought conditions, except for last night. Okay. Drought conditions requiring parts of Southern California to reduce exterior irrigation water use, and whereas exterior water sources available to residents in United Mutual are potable water accessed through hose bibs on the exterior of the units, and whereas at this time state and local mandates apply to potable water, and whereas the United Landscape Committee determined that members and residents in United Mutual must limit exterior watering of outside plants with potable water from exterior mounted hose bibs using a hose or other methods. Now, therefore, be it resolved on November 8, 2022, that members and residents within United Mutual must limit the exterior watering of outside personal plants using potable water from exterior mounted hose bibs, using a hose or other methods to Wednesdays and Sundays only. and no watering of common area plant material is permitted at any time from exterior mounted hose bibs. Common area plant, no watering of common area plant material is permitted at any time from exterior mounted hose bibs. And further resolved, this resolution shall become in full force and effect on November 8, 2022. And resolve further that the officers and agents of the corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out this resolution as written. I move this resolution.
Okay. Second by Diane. Okay, any discussion? Okay, Zara?
Yes, although we all agree with the saving water, I think we pretty, as a Laguna Wood, gave our portion to the Orange County by deducting voluntary 15% of the water for the grass. So we did great job. So our grass, although not looking good, brown, or some of them, I don't know, half a meter long, but at least we gave our portion. Now we force residents, please understand, 55 plus, someday they get up, they don't know which day is today. So we are saying now you have to remember, what is that, Wednesday and Sunday? I work, and sometimes I don't remember which day is day when I get up. And then Wednesday and Sunday, and if you water on Monday and you forgot those, and I gave you a ticket and then monetary, this is the problem again. And I don't know what really this board trying and why we should bring so much problem for the residents. We already save the water. If you're trying to save water, make more like little ads in the TV, non-stop remind them how they can save it, but force them by the ticket is something else. I don't know what you're really trying to do. And in this area, who remember when is Wednesday, when is Sunday, and if I go to the gathering and come back late Sunday, I cannot water on Monday? What is this about? I don't understand. I'm against this. You are creating problem for the residents.
I think this is just done so that people just become more conscious of how much water they're using. You know, you hear people complain that people are watering every day, and maybe they have plants that need a lot more water because they're not drought tolerant. This just gets them more aware, you know, and even with me, I mean, I have had to think, uh-oh, I forgot Sunday. So, and I say, oh, gotta water on Wednesday. And so at least I'm thinking of it. And so that's what people just need to do. Think about when you need to water so that we're not overusing, and because they think maybe their grass is turning brown, you know, that they need to water the grass. No, you shouldn't be watering the grass. You should be just watering the potted plant on Sunday or Wednesday. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, I think we had a very similar discussions 28 days ago. Designating 2 days can be looked at two different ways. One way, maybe residents would feel that they're controlled, that they were demanded to only do water just 2 days that are decided by the board. On the other hand, it might help them to remember that only we water plants twice a week, and by observing neighbors, it will remind them that's the water day. And it will take a while to get used to, but I think that it can be very helpful for a lot of our senior neighbors, and it will, personally, I will be a benefit. If I watch somebody watering, I will remember that's the day to water. And but if I were left alone to do it on my own, I don't know what I watered yesterday, and I'll water again today. And so I just don't think by designating 2 days would give a wrong message. And I think that it would actually be helpful. Thank you.
So what this motion addresses is using the exterior mounted hose bibs. And so that's what's being limited. If you have a plant that looks like it needs a drink, you can go fill up a glass and, go over and put it in the plant. There's no problem with that. This is just, taking a hose and being out there watering that we're limiting. Thank you.
I think we are making resolutions like this that really don't make sense because we won't be able to follow or implement them properly. How are we going to police this thing? It's no way of doing that. We don't have the staff. Now, why create one more piece of paper and a rule? Doesn't make sense to me.
This also says, again, which residents don't follow, says, no watering of common area plant material is permitted at any time from exterior mounted hose bibs. Okay, so that's being done by your neighbors and my neighbors at will, any time. They're watering in the common area, and they should not do that. That is landscape's priority. Landscape is trying to do a water reduction program. If we allow the neighbors to run around at night with their hoses and whatever connected to there and water at night, they are defeating our water-saving program. Okay, so anything we can do to remind them that we are on a water-saving program, we will do it. We are probably not going to send the entire Southern California police force out to watch our folks. And I don't what might happen is a neighbor might say, hey, you've been watering out there for too long now. It's not a Wednesday, or it's not a Tuesday, or it's not whatever. Please stop. This gives a way for a neighbor to speak to a neighbor about it. You can carry, as we say, a watering can out that you fill it in your kitchen. You can put a bucket in your shower, which people say they have done, but I have never figured out how you can get a bucket of water from the shower through the hallway, through the living room, out the front door, down the step, and out around the outside of the unit, and I'm not going to try. Okay, but some people can do it. I can't do that. But you can take a picture of water outside. If a plant that you have planted and you adore out there looks like it's going to demise right there in front of your house, take your pitcher of water from your kitchen sink, go out and put it on there. That's precise watering. That's precise watering. That's what we want, precise watering. And so this is what we're trying to do. Again, we're trying to be an HOA. We're trying to also get in the flow of let's conserve water. So nothing here says you can't take it from your kitchen, a pitcher of water from your kitchen. That's okay. You shouldn't water the common area plants or the landscape plants, but your favorite plant in this little pot outside, you could take a pitcher of water out, and that would be fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, Director Lee, if you want to count other people watching, remind you so you can go and water. Please don't do that because we have lots of Alzheimer here. If they are bites, it suddenly goes and Monday your neighbor water and you do, you get the ticket too. So you cannot say my neighbor water, so I am gonna go water today because my neighbor did. So don't do that, that's for you. And second, if you wanted really to save, as I said, this is based on saving. We did great job by 15% for that. You know how many acres we are not watering? We are contributing on the saving. This is, again, what I am saying is creating problem to suggesting. And the next motion, guess, would be what? We have to make how many minutes they can use on Sunday or Monday. How about we are we are watering Sunday, but 10 minutes let the water goes. So the next motion is how many minutes they have to watch that water goes. This going like ongoing. Please do not, I am representative of the residents. Do not make problem for them. Educate them. Non-stop put some ads. Remind them that we are in drought position and not use it. And that's enough. Nobody wants to ruin their plants by overwatering. I don't know what you're talking about. Please not make problem for the resident more than you did it. Thank you.
Cynthia also asked, I've got some questions, but I'll go to Cynthia first.
Okay. Cynthia, would you like to speak now?
Yes, please. Excuse me. I noticed that this says never from an outside bib. Well, we have exterior bibs, and so people are going to use them. And generally, I don't, in my area, see them watering plants so much as cleaning up after maybe some construction work that was left behind or hosing down something that is on the breezeway. Are these type of activities restricted too and no longer allowed to be done? If that's the case, why do we have exterior bibs? I don't see people watering their plants per se. I see them using the external bibs for other uses that need to be done because they're not being done from anywhere else.
Okay, thank you. Tom.
First comment would be that I would not like to see any residents fined for this policy issue unless it was a very bad situation. But what I would like to hear from is VMS staff to hear their opinion and the effect that it's had. I believe is Third already implemented this, correct? So I'd like to hear what's going on there.
I believe Mr. Nunez is taking this.
I was going to say good morning, but good afternoon, President Ross and members. I think it's kind of quid pro quo for Kirk coming up here talking earlier. This is really probably a little bit more of his purview, but I heard a bunch of enforcement discussion and what we're going to do. Part of the problem that we have, and it's not just specific to this policy, but other policies that talk about, and I think Cynthia talked about it, the hose bibs outside, people watering. We get calls regularly, usually in the summer months, but about overwatering and complaints from residents, both in United and Third, saying that there's a member here overwatering. And there's really no definition of what overwatering truly is. I mean, there's safety hazards that's created by watering in so much that it's now causing the water to go on walkways and possibly slip and fall kind of hazards. So we have a difficult time trying to evaluate those situations and bring them to an end. But one of the discussions that we had about conservation, just in general, and I've had with Kurt in the past, is that this specifically with overwatering was that how do we determine what that is, and how do we measure that, and how do we go about that, and it was really just a common sense thing. It says, well, if you only have certain days that you can water, kind of like when they used to do the gas rations in the 70s, they would do that kind of thing. You could only get gas if you had an odd and even plate, on odd and even days. Well, it was kind of the same thing, that if you're only allowed to water on certain days of the week, then if you see somebody watering outside those days, then you know that they're watering outside those days, and it's easy to witness that, observe that, call that in, and then we go there and just tell them, initially that, hey, you're not allowed to water on, and, because the role of security and compliance isn't really necessarily, to go out and try to find people and raise revenue that way. The reasons why it's called compliance, like we're in the city, it's called code enforcement. We're enforcing a code. In compliance, they're actually trying to gain compliance. That's why you see those notices, go out trying to tell people just cease and desist, and they'll go out, you'll get a couple of those, and then eventually it'll become, a disciplinary hearing. So if we can go out, and I think the whole part of this is education, right? If we can go out and educate, members and tell them that, hey, listen, this is not the day to do this. Hopefully we'll, gain that compliance. But I just wanted to make clear when folks were asking, how are we going to get, the security go out there and police the situation? We're asked to police a situation that right now, without any definitive days on when this is okay or not okay, and describing things such as overwatering when we don't really have a clear definition of that. And I think it frustrates your members because frustrates them with us because they think that we're not doing our job to stop this, overwatering issue, or that that somebody's violating the rules. And the rules are there, but they're not as clear as they could be, I guess. So I don't know if you have any questions.
And what about Third Mutual? What effect have you seen there?
Well, so far the effect is that we haven't had a number of those complaints, and we haven't been, I don't see us, like I said, I don't have those numbers in front of me, but I know that we just anecdotally and fielding these and seeing them come across my desk, I'm not seeing the complaints or any kind of written reports of people not overwatering, but watering on the wrong days. I know that our guys were instructed to make sure we educate people that are watering on the inappropriate days, I guess, or not the allowed days, those kinds of things. And so I don't think it's an issue. I don't know it to be. I know that if it were, I'd be getting the complaints right away saying, hey, I got fined for this and why. So it hasn't come to at least my level as an issue.
Well, I can understand the concerns that some of the directors stated. I feel that when we, think about this motion, oh my goodness, then a resident's going to be fined and we're going to police them and all these negative things. Let's not jump to that conclusion. We are giving them staff the tools to help us. We are also giving guidelines to the residents to follow because we do take water conservation very seriously. And this is the one step that we wanted to talk about. Our purpose is not to fine them or to police them. Our purpose is not to ridicule our residents or harass them. Our purpose is to try to understand the importance of the water conservation, and we would like the residents to participate in that movement. And as a whole, this will be a good guidelines. So I really don't like our approach to worry about all these negative consequences that has not happened, because I believe that our residents can handle a lot better and they will understand our issues. Thank you.
Yeah, one of the reasons why this came up is because the El Toro Water District, when we were really in the midst of a terrible, condition of our water supply, they said that at some point they could enforce that, that we reduce watering and that there could be fines from the water district. I mean, I don't know how they do that within the gates, but and this could be other communities, not just us. They want to limit the overuse of water. And so, we were taking it seriously when we put in the reduction of irrigation, and then, looking at what Third was doing for watering, and it was a good idea. I mean, we're trying to get together with Third to have like a committee where, we can work together and look at water conservation. So that's how it came about, and Kurt did a great job, with the resolution and everything. Thank you.
I just had a quick comment, and if the purpose is to reduce the water usage, I guess how sure, if we do pass this resolution, that we will be reducing the usage of the water? Because maybe the average person only waters once a week, I'm just saying that. And now we're saying they could water twice a week. And we find that the result of this may be an actual increase in the water usage. As a hypothetical, do we have any way of proving that we're going to save water by initiating this policy?
What I can say is historically, back in 2015, 2016, we did cut water back significantly due to that drought. And we did have a lot of instances of residents going out and watering common area landscaping because it was going into shock. It was stressed because we cut water 30% at that point. And I expect us to see 30% water cuts here too, so in the future. But this is just to sort of head that off, where people took it upon themselves to water the turf, water the shrubs around their house. This is not intended to keep residents from watering their plants. This is just to keep them from overwatering things. Hoses are, if you ask the water district, hoses are the #1 wasted water on exterior homes. It's not necessarily irrigation, it's hoses. There's already laws that require hoses to have fittings on the end. You're not allowed to have an open hose as it is. In commenting on the director that's on Zoom, it's already illegal to water down sidewalks and breezeways. That's already against the law. This is just to keep people, to give, as Director Lee said, to give people the idea, the consciousness of water reduction, and to help reduce people from watering common area landscaping when we are already trying to cut back the water.
Thank you. Okay. Azar, one final comment.
Thank you for the word of consciousness. Consciousness needs education, not ticket or enforcement. Okay, you are putting enforcement. I think we're going to the loop now. We gave the biggest saving by 15% down for the grass. That was the measure that we did it. And residents cooperated by seeing those brown grasses. This is the cooperation of them. They accept, they volunteer, and they did it. So pushing them, that must be these 2 days, put in your calendar, and if I forget it, and if I be in the trouble and I back Sunday night, I cannot water on Monday because this is enforcement. This is enforcement. That's what we have to talk about that. I don't think so any saving by this one. For myself, consider to what President Ross says, 2 years ago when I moved, I asked they come and totally shut down. There is no water for me. So I am not talking for myself. And compliance knows and irrigation. Because I have just suckling and is one time in a week is enough extra for them. So I'm not talking for myself. But this is enforcement for residents. That's all I am saying, and no saving to that. Thank you.
Paul, did you have some members?
Yeah, we have 3 member comments at this time. The first member is Mary Sinclair.
Good afternoon. I'm hoping to be that reminder that there's something a lot bigger than us going on around here, and that we are living in a drought situation that for the first time apparently is not projected to go away. So it's expected that we're going to see more cuts. And I love what you said, Pearl, about the working together, because I think that's the answer to compliance, is if we help each other to, to kind of be able to deal with the changes and roll with it, and probably more than anything, understand the need for it. It's not willy-nilly. It's like this is something going on outside of our bubble. You know, if anyone with neighbors in the LA area know that they're having pretty severe restrictions. You know, they're taking out their lawns. They're having to pay higher water prices by a lot. That's not expected to go down either. So I think my overriding concern is that we respond appropriately to what we're part of in a bigger way, which is the changing forecast. Don't take it from me. We get our water from El Toro Water District, like Diane said, And they actually have a community advisory panel that meets on a regular basis. And their next meeting is actually the day after tomorrow. Anyone is invited to come. And so you could simply call them up and let them know you'd like to attend that meeting. And you'll hear it straight from the horse's mouth. They're the ones who are totally informed about the water situation, the regulations in California, our own unique situation here with the delivery of water. So I've been going, and it's been just really fascinating. And I feel good about knowing a little more about what's going on, in the bigger picture. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Any other members?
Next speaker is Maxine McIntosh.
I think this is ready to go to a vote for you people. You're not taking away garden hoses. That would create a, what was it, that comment you made? Anyhow, another little struggle or battle. I certainly feel a garden hose is my first line of defense if I end up with a fire in my manor. And I've worked with my neighbors, and I have access either to their hose or mine by 2 main windows and the front door. So that would be what I would grab till the fire company got there. Also, it clearly states that no watering is done of plant material that is indigenous to the staff here. What staff plants, staff takes care of. They'll regulate the water just the amount it needs to keep it going. They've been very good at putting in low water usage plants for a number of years now. And when the supervisor spoke about the previous water shortage we had back around 2015, the people were good. They stuck to the days. They reminded their neighbors of the days the watering was allowed. And they were, as far as I could recall, watering just things they themselves had planted and were taking care of. So I just think you're ready to go. Wednesday and Sunday, I think we had just 2 days at that time. Came down to 2 days, yeah. We started out with 3, I think it was, and narrowed it down to 2. And I remember, I've never forgotten, at least one report throughout the county of every community in the county. And we were like number 3 out of, over 100 of them in being really good on conserving water. So seniors are really responsible, I think. Thank you.
Final speaker is Dick Rader.
I have 2 positive suggestions. One, I think it'd be appropriate to put into what's up in the village, the idea that you can't use water to get rid of debris on your sidewalks or in the breezeways. Personally, I didn't know that. But the other thing is, I think you can make a suggestion instead of water that people get a blower, and that works quite well.
Thank you. Any other questions? Go ahead, Maggie.
Press release. United fails to urge residents to conserve water. You don't want that. Okay, so are we going to be the only one that's going to say no? Because we can't possibly arrest all these people and find them all, and this and this and this, and how can we do this? This is a press release thing. We are urging our residents by this. They know we can't enforce this, and we know we can't enforce this, but if we pass this, they will remember that they have something, and when they pass their neighbor, they're going to say, hey, Charlotte, it's really not Wednesday, and that's all we want. And if it takes a resolution to do it, which we can't possibly enforce, then I say go for the resolution. I'd rather have a United is agreeing with this than United refuses to urge residents or to encourage residents or force residents, whatever. So that's my thought.
Let's go to the vote at this point, if there's no other comments. So all those in favor of the resolution for restrictions on outside plant watering, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those opposed? 1, 2. Okay. Okay, the motion is passed. Okay, next item is item 12G, consider investment ad hoc committee members, oral discussion. I think Azar, you wanted to state that a little bit, explain that a little bit.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. President. It's just a brief that what we did in the ad hoc committee. The United Finance Committee was concerned with the current investment portfolio performance. Therefore, on September 30th, 2022, United Board passed a motion to establish an investment ad hoc committee in order to conduct an in-depth analysis of investment of the United Mutual. Ad hoc committee members included experienced registered finance advisor that met weekly in October and November. The committee conducted a deep review of finance policy and discussed the current investment portfolio performance. To make sure we look from different perspectives with our investments, committee sought the opinions and views of outside professional advisor in addition to expertise within the community. The community adheres to the United investment policy based on first safety, second liquidity, and last yield. The ad hoc committee will meet for another presentation on Tuesday, November 10 at 4 p.m. in Sycamore Room, and will present its proposal of investment to the open meeting of the United Board on November 14 at 1 p.m., which is open, and I invite everybody comes. What at this point, this is a brief that what we did, and I would like to make a motion to add 2 members that from the beginning, they came to the ad hoc committee, but we didn't have any opportunity as an open to add them. And Steve is here to give a little bit brief information about them. They both very actively work with us and very experienced. And I am very, very proud with people that we have in the village with this deep information that they have. Steve, would you like to give some information, a background of Mike and then Ken? Yes.
Sure. Very quickly, Mr. Ken Benson was a registered investment advisor, and consistent with what Director Ascari was just mentioning, he's been in attendance with all of the meetings and providing valuable input. Also, Mr. Mike Dalek has also been in attendance at the meeting. They're open and available to the public, and he's been participating and providing valuable guidance. So Mike is an active CPA, and again, has been providing his experience and views on these topics.
I would make a motion to add these 2 to the ad hoc committee.
Okay, and I'll second it.
Okay.
Is there any discussion about the motion?
Can you repeat the motion? What is the motion?
Just add these 2 people to the committee.
The 2 people
Yes.
means Mike and who else?
And Mr. Benson.
Okay.
Ken Benson.
Okay.
I don't think so. If there is discussion, if not, go to the vote.
I'd like to hear the names of all 5 of the members, please. There are 4, okay. So we have Michael Dalek, is it?
Yes, correct.
Ken Benson.
Correct.
And the others?
Allison Bach and Robert Cunningham.
Okay, Bach is still on there?
Yes.
Good,
I'm
thank
sorry, did
you.
I say, forgive me, Robert Cunningham.
Yes, Robert Bach.
Correct. And originally there was 2 others that were voted to be on the committee. However, due to various circumstances, they were not able to participate.
What was the last person?
So you have Robert Cunningham, Miss Allison Bach, and then the 2 new individuals, Ken Benson and Mike Dalek.
Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion to approve, was it Ken Benson and Michael to the Motion is passed. Okay, the next point is 12H, and I'll just briefly explain 12H, which is Town Hall. Our next Town Hall, United Town Hall, is December 9th, and what I created in a prior meeting was kind of a protocol to bring this to our discussion about a month before our town halls. And basically, just to summarize, I asked that anyone who had an idea to present the town hall to make a motion in front of our board to discuss either an open town hall session where our residents could talk about anything they wanted, or a special guest town hall where they could come and they could present a special guest to speak to a special subject, and then the residents could talk about that issue, or it could be combined with an open town hall part of it and a special guest during the rest of it. So I'm wide open to use either or either of those ideas or any combination of those ideas. And then once the motion is discussed and passed, then the person who selected the town hall and made that motion would become the coordinator for the town hall, and I would appoint 4 other directors to assist that person with the town hall, and they would be at the town hall with the coordinator. And that's kind of the procedure. So with that, if there's any questions about the protocol, just let me know, or you'd like to make a motion, let me know that.
Well, I think it's great that you have this variety. You might not always have the same type. I mean, if it's going to be done at a board meeting to determine what that next town hall is going to be. I mean, I do like the idea of having a keynote speaker. I mean, because people can get informed. Like, we had it on the water, and then we had it on the e-charging, which we had a lot of good stimulating comments, and then it was an open meeting. So I would say, I think it would be a good idea to have a keynote speaker on insurance, like the HO6 insurance, how a member that has upgraded the inside of their unit, would have the proper insurance in case something happens. I mean, if there's, like, I had a big leak in my whole wall, and they thought they had to come in through the bathroom, which means I would have had to hire a contractor to fix it afterwards. But luckily they didn't. Everything that they did do, they replaced because it was a united problem. And so I didn't have a problem. But I do have that insurance. I have that insurance. I am insured. And there's an assessment insurance part of that too. I mean, there's a lot of things that we could be educated on. And so that's what I would think. Dan Yost said that there was a good person that he would recommend that was fair and would, give a good presentation. That's all.
Would you like to make a motion to do that?
Can we talk other before we make motion?
Well, she was speaking then. Just want to.
Can we talk about other stuff as well?
Well, there's time for you.
Okay.
Let her finish.
I would like to make a motion that for our next December meeting, that we work with Dan Yost to get the insurance broker that he thinks would be very qualified to talk to us about an HO6 policy. And then we'll have an open meeting after that. I mean, half on the insurance and half on open.
Okay. Is there a second to that? Diane? Do you want a second?
Yeah.
Okay. Any discussion regarding that motion?
It's not about that motion, but I have something. Can I?
All right.
So far, we had 2 open house, town hall, sorry, I said house. Town hall. We had 2 town hall. The first one, actually, the second half was just destroyed, and we didn't have. And the second one, the speaker goes so over that people that they came was angrily left, and in the corridor, 3 of them, they said, we came to ask some questions, we didn't even have time. Since 2 times in a row, residents came, and didn't have any chance even to talk to us and says about their problem. I suggested, which is nothing wrong with the insurance, and I agree with sometimes, but at least this time, let residents talk. We didn't give any chance to resident to come. And if residents feel in this way, that every time that comes, somebody talk and takes over their time, and before we know, they're not just participate because they can. I would like to see this time, after last two, be just open to the residents to come and let us know that what is their problem and talk to us. Before we go again, 1 hour talk about some subject, maybe take more than the other hour as well.
Okay, let's see how the first motion goes. So the motion was made and it was seconded for, to do the insurance as part of it, and then half the time with the residents. And it was seconded. So is there any other discussion about that motion? Go ahead, Meg.
I think that's crucially important, HO6 insurance. It's the one thing we talk about most at the new resident orientation. It's the one thing we talk about most all the time. And there are still residents and new residents who haven't been advised by their realtors or anyone else to take HO6 insurance. It's included in the package every November, which people don't read. That we must give a real push for this, particularly since we have water intrusion events. I agree with this, and I agree with the hour and the hour. I'm sure if the people are notified that they have 1 hour, they can cover it in 1 hour. And I would like the next hour to be the hour for residents. I think we should be strict on the barrier.
Okay, Pearl?
Well, based on my experience, I was at the second town hall meeting. We had a presentation of charging of the electric vehicle. I received a lot of 3x4 cars. They wanted to know more about it. But I'm sure there are people that were not, they were disappointed because they didn't have enough time. So I think that if we are going to have a guest speaker, although all these topics requires a certain amount of time to cover. I do agree with Director Azari about giving more time for residents be able to speak. So I don't know whether you allow a shorter time on the speaker, allow more time. I'm not speaking about specific topic, but the format. I do feel that they are going to need more time because we did, I don't know about the first time, the second time, we did have a pretty good turnout. Then if they made an effort to come, they should be given a decent amount of time to voice their concerns or questions and stuff.
But would you say like half and half would be fair?
I think the residents should have more than half.
More than half.
I feel. I don't know. That's my personal opinion.
Okay. Tom?
2 quick comments. I think December 9th is one of the toughest days of the year to have a meeting. It's one of the busiest weekend days of the year. So if you got an important topic, December 9th, you may have great participation, you may have limited participation, just a thought there. The other is, I think we need to give some consideration to all the meetings we're talking about for VMS, especially in November and December. Those are tough months to have a lot of meetings, and people are gone, and vacations and holidays, and just, I think you need to just maybe keep that in mind too.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm reminded, I went to a town hall that Third held over in Clubhouse 2. They had no agenda, they had no program, and as it turns out, 2 people got the mic and dominated the whole thing. So it seems to me, if you want to get everybody an opportunity to talk, there has to be some kind of structure there to allow people who come there to talk and not have two A personalities dominate the whole thing. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay. If there's no other discussion, all those in favor of the town hall based on insurance of HO6 as the guest speaker for December 9th, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, all those opposed, raise your hand. 4, 2. Okay, so
4 anyway is fair, because we are 8.
that's right, 4, 2. Okay, so in that case, it does fail because we need to have 5 to pass. So anyone want to make another motion to have a town hall about some other subject or
I'd
no
make the
subject?
motion for January for that insurance meeting, just not December 9th.
Okay.
So,
Yeah,
or
anytime.
if you
Okay.
want to make the motion and just make it for January.
Yeah, you just made it.
Well, every I should say, based on President says, every month we're coming, when we come to December, we think about January. We cannot say now November for the January.
Yeah,
That's why the protocol that President says.
Well, we're meeting now, we can talk about it now for January, if you want to.
Oh, we can, okay.
If you want to make a
Because
motion.
he's saying
go
we
ahead.
shouldn't have one in December, you know. right?
That's correct, December 9th is.
Do you want to make a motion to that effect?
Okay.
Tom?
Yeah, I move that the previous motion that Diane made, just the same thing, only in January on the, what is it, the second Friday, we said?
Yeah, I think
So the second Friday in January be the HO6,
And at December, no?
and no December.
Okay.
Okay, is there a second for that?
Oh,
Sure, Tom.
not for that, but, well,
Well,
I'll
first-
wait, because I wanted to talk about December 9th.
Okay, yeah.
First, let's see
Okay,
if there's
yeah,
a second
okay,
for
okay.
Tom's motion. And then okay, a second by Maggie. Okay, go ahead.
Well, I was thinking, since we have the date in December, it's a busy time, can we have some kind of reception for the resident? Like, you know,
I
nothing.
mean, no subject, just resident come and talk.
Yeah,
That's a good
well,
one.
I was
Yeah, yeah,
gonna,
yeah,
but
let's-
that's,
Ross, will you control this, please?
All right,
yeah.
Go ahead, finish your
What I
sentence.
was thinking, I think although it's a very busy month, but that's the end of the year, and we do have new faces, and that's a good way to end the year. I feel that maybe we should just have a casual open meeting where the residents are invited and talk to us about whatever they want to discuss. You know, that can be like a disorganized or disastrous, but nothing. And I do think that maybe we can monitor the individual talking a lot or too often, but maybe we can have like a smaller group so they can get to meet us, they can get to see who we are, and create some interest. Because I think the United Board, we have done many things wrong past 12 months, and our, well, I wouldn't say the popularity, but our impression is not all that positive. But I feel that in order for us to have a fresh start in January, maybe we can utilize December meeting to get to know each other and get more interest.
Okay. And so there's a motion on the table for postponing December's meeting. So let's wait, let's rule on this motion, unless someone wants to make an amendment to the motion.
I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay, you withdraw your motion. Okay, do you want to make a motion for December meeting?
Yes, I would like to make a motion that for December meeting, we will have an open meeting, and it can be a get to know each other type of meeting.
Yeah.
Yes, I second that. Yes. So open to the resident.
Yeah, is there any discussion about that?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Maggie.
Okay, who's going to control who says what?
The president.
Who's going to control who says what?
Can I respond?
Okay, all right, let's one person at a time. So we heard from you, Maggie.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, it is very, very clear who is whose. I mean, whatever present, as I heard, that the procedure is there is someone that responsible for that meeting, and that can create an agenda, and it's going to give like whatever decided 2 minutes, 3 minutes for residents to talk, and then if we know any response, then they can give. If not, definitely should collect it, all of those question comes. And this was actually my suggestion from the beginning. After having 2 town hall that resident couldn't talk, it is the first opportunity that resident can come and talk to us and talk about their problems. And is not about controlling, is about letting them, us to know about that.
Okay, so to answer that question is that there'll be 4 other people to work with you and on coming up with the protocol for December 9th meeting if this motion is passed. And so you 4 people, you 5 people would come up with who's going to be the main speaker or who's going to be the presenter or what rules are going to be made for the meeting and passing. Maybe if an agenda was prepared, you would prepare that with your team, and then those 4 or 5 people would be at the meeting to manage it. So that's kind of how that would work.
I have a question. What I meant was, since it's not a town hall meeting, can all of us be in there? Have a reception? Christmas reception? That's what I meant.
There's a limit to the number of people that can attend our meetings. I think it's 5, isn't that correct?
Oh, that is? Okay.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
Okay.
we establish a
Okay.
meeting. We don't want to do that.
And if you say reception, people are going to expect food, and I don't think we intend to do that.
Well, we might think about it, like something really Christmas cookies and punch. Nothing elaborate.
Okay, so that's an outlay, that's renting a room, and that's hiring staff to clean up. And ordering food.
That's what-
Well, I don't
okay.
know. That's something that we can discuss.
That's what the 4 or 5 people can decide
Yes.
on how that meeting's going to be done. Go ahead, Tom.
Could I have VMS input?
If staff is expected to coordinate a reception, that would be difficult. We're really not playing a role in the town hall meetings because we take care of enough other governance meetings.
Okay. Yeah.
So there's been a motion to make the town hall for December 9th. It's an open meeting. And all those in favor of that for December 9th, please raise your hand. 1, 2,
You like
3,
the
4,
caption.
5, 6. Okay, the motion is passed. Okay, and so Pearl, would you be volunteering to be the coordinator for that? Because you came up with the motion.
Well, I love to, but I'm not sure that I'm going to be here.
Okay.
Yeah, because
Okay.
I'm expecting the grand
Okay,
babies.
I'd be glad to be the coordinator.
yes.
And I'll pick 4 other people on the board to help me with that. And one of the things, too, I want to be sure is that there's a feedback mechanism so that cards are handed out at the meeting. People can fill them out, and we could return the responses to the board and to staff as needed on to what people said at the meeting. So I think that's an important part of the feedback mechanism. So I'll take charge of being the coordinator for December 9th meeting, and I'll appoint 4 other people who we don't have to pick right now, but I'll let you all know.
Hey, could Thomas make his second motion before January so we have time to get somebody,
Okay.
put it on their schedule?
Okay, do you want to go ahead and make a motion for
All
January?
right, I'll make a motion. Second Friday town hall in January be on HO6 policy, and that Diane Casey would ramrod that.
Okay.
Okay, is there a second for that? Yes. Okay, Maggie said second.
Okay, can
Okay,
I discuss? Okay,
discuss.
since now we have this open meeting, and we might have a residence with the very more emergency things that they wanted, is it possible that we make that motion, keep it exactly, but have it in December board meeting? Because in the December after town hall, maybe we collected many information, especially we have the whole session for the residents. Something that town hall is about residents, is about what they wanted. So let them we collect those cards that you said and see what residents says majority they want, and then we discuss what we wanted for the January. So in December, definitely, as you said it, every month, the month before, we have 1 month by January. So in December, we can make a vote for what is the insurance. That is what I am saying.
The H06 is a true topic. We must get it out there. We put it out there as many ways as we can, and we still have residents that have water damage and all kinds of damage from their own alterations, and they find out far too late. And they have to sell their unit to pay for the damages. If that isn't crucial, I don't know what is. So I would say that one should be scheduled for January, and let's keep it that way.
Okay, Diane, did you
I
have?
was just going to say that this did come up on the cards that were given out in a previous town hall, that they wanted to talk about insurance and about loans and things like that. So it's not that I just pulled it out of the air.
So it's already been motioned and seconded. So all those in favor of the January town hall being to discuss insurance, H06, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, motion is passed. Okay, so we've taken care of December, which is going to be open, and January, which is going to be H06. And for H06, do you want to be the coordinator for that?
Sure.
Okay.
What's the date again? January what?
See, I don't know what the date is.
January 6th. No.
Staff
January
know?
13th.
January 13th. Thank you. Okay, next issue is committee appointments. I don't think we have anything there, do we? I think we've already appointed the people on the committees. I think next month, after we find a replacement for Pat, we'll need to reselect committee appointments. But at this point, let's keep it the way it is, I think.
And there's a resolution.
Yeah, there's another one.
Oh, is it?
It's resolution land use alteration policy. I cannot read.
Oh, we haven't got.
No,
The
we are not, you're ahead.
We're still on committee appointments.
Okay,
So-
well, I thought we were done with that.
So we'll move to the next one, which is the hearing, is 13A. 13A, which is to approve a smoke-free building designation at 582 Avenida Mallorca. And all the residents passed to go ahead and make this building smoke-free. And we have a designation that approves that.
May I interject for a moment, please? I don't believe you adopted the resolution itself at your special board meeting. I would ask that you adopt the resolution for committee appointments, just to make sure we have everything buttoned up, please.
Just say that again.
I'm not sure at your special meeting that you actually adopted the resolution making these appointments official. I know you reviewed them and conceptually approved them, but I believe you need to adopt the resolution today, please.
Okay. So all those in favor of the current committee appointments as they now are shown, raise your hand.
Well, first we should make a motion. I'll make a motion to accept the recommendation of the committee appointment.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor of the committee appointments as they currently are, please raise your hand. I think it's unanimous. No, Cash? Abstain?
Cash, did you want to say?
I would like to know on item 12I, updated committee assignments.
Yeah.
I have been removed from 7 committees. I would like to know why and who did that.
Oh,
I think
every,
there, and maybe that's what happened. Huh?
Yeah.
everybody is 7. Everybody is 3 and 4.
I couldn't hear.
Cash's name on there.
Oh,
There is no Cash. Oh, yes, he's on the
Yes,
new
there is
resident
Cash.
orientation.
I've been removed
Period.
from,
That's the only one he's on.
did you say you are in 7?
I have been removed
He's been
from
removed.
7 committees.
Right.
Oh, but you are adding to others.
Well, no, he
I'm talking
wasn't
about item
added to
12I.
others.
Yes. So,
By and-
because what Mr. President has said,
By-
everybody got the same, 3, everybody, because in the last year, some people got like 16 committee. So this year, President Ross came with the meeting, you weren't there, it's an open meeting, and everybody got 3.
I have only
appointments.
one now.
That's,
You don't have one.
I move that we
Before you said,
put this over
two,
for a
two.
next meeting.
2. You're on GRF Security and Community Access.
Yes.
And you're on Laguna Woods Village traffic hearings.
How about United?
Resident Advisory,
United.
All right, we know what we should do is, why
Put
don't we
it over.
discuss this in more detail at our next meeting?
Yes.
When we have Pat's replacement.
yes.
Yes.
And
That would
we're
be
going to
good.
need to reshuffle a lot of these things.
Yes.
Yes.
Why don't we
That's
table
what I
this till next meeting?
Okay.
okay.
Good.
If you're in agreement.
I second that motion.
Yes.
Okay, seconded.
I
All those in
second
favor to
30.
table it till next meeting?
Table it, yes.
I would recommend that you approve this for today, so you have some sort of committee roster before you, and then you can amend it next
Okay.
meeting.
All right.
Oh, dear.
So it's already been motioned and it's already been seconded. So all those in favor of the current committee assignments at this time, please raise your hand.
That was, okay, for now.
Okay. It's
To be
approved.
reviewed.
I missed that one.
It's to be reviewed. Okay. We'll review it again next
Next
month.
meeting.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what you get. That's what you get when you try to.
I still can't hear.
Next is 13A. Think about building designation for 582 Avenida Mallorca.
Can, but
And all the
right now you
buildings,
say you tabled it.
there's a meeting going on now, so one person speaks at a time. Okay, so the smoke-free building designation for Building 582 Avenida Mallorca, and I'm not sure if that's in our stack here, but anyway, there was a motion, not as a motion, there was an agreement to pass this several years ago, and we had, I think, 1 or 2 buildings that we have approved as a board to be no smoking. This may be the 3rd or 4th, I'm not sure, but all the residents in the building have already signed for their approval to make this a no smoking building. And so at this point, I just want to see if we can get a motion to pass this building as a smoke-free building. So, Tom?
Can I ask, is there any VMS input to this?
Again, the structure of this program was set up some years ago. I'm looking at the president because I know he's been discussing it with Catherine Laster, but if every member within the building agrees to it, it can move forward.
So just make a
So-
motion
Are we-
to accept the recommendation of the VMS?
Okay. Is there a second? Second by Tom. Okay. Any discussion about this? Diane?
My question is, it's everybody, it's unanimous, everybody in the building?
It has to be unanimous, yes, for it to move forward.
Yeah. Yeah, in fact, Catherine showed me the forms and showed me that everyone in the building had signed off on it, had approved it.
Like in the code?
Yeah. Right.
Yes,
Megan?
okay, it's pursuant to one of our resolutions. It also, they have to send a check of $150 payable to United Mutual. I think if we're going to collect $150 from them, it should have a resolution of some kind. Is there a suggestion?
A resolution? There's already been a
The
resolution.
resolution approved, excuse me, the resolution approved the program, is my understanding.
Automatically?
The program was set up some time ago via resolution.
Right, right.
3 or 4 years ago, this
Yes.
resolution came into place.
So we're just agreeing to allow these people under that.
Pursuant to that program that was.
Which we don't have in front of us.
Yes.
Okay, all right,
That's
all right.
So all those in favor?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Does each person have to pay 150, each person?
No.
It looks like every contract.
Well, maybe it does.
They have to agree to 150.
Yes,
I don't know the answer to that.
yes, it does say that, just above their names. The paragraph above their names, which was my question.
Catherine's here and can answer
Oh.
any questions.
Okay. Thank you. Do you want to ask that same question again, Diane?
My question, Catherine, is each person responsible for paying 150 towards this resolution?
Correct.
Okay, and they know that and everything's good?
We've already received it,
Oh,
so
good.
it's a matter of you just approving. You were supposed to ask if anyone in the audience was from the building to see if anyone had any change of heart and didn't want it. So you can ask if
Yeah, why
anyone's
don't
in.
I ask now, is there anyone in the audience that is in that building that, oh, okay, and all of you are in favor of the motion? Yes. Okay, thank you.
All right.
Great.
Then we can go to vote.
Go to the vote. Okay, all those in favor of voting this building to be smoke-free, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, motion is approved.
Point of information, Director. President Ross, now that means that when one of these people moves out and somebody else comes in, that those people will be notified that they're moving into a smoke-free building,
Yes,
correct?
that's correct.
Thanks.
Correct, yes. Okay, next is 13B, entertain a motion to approve proposed revision to land use policy. Initial notification, 28-day notification for member review and comments to comply with civil code. This is 13B.
We have Bart Mejia here to present if you'd like.
Okay. Go ahead.
Mr. President, directors, my own. Thank you for the opportunity. The current land use policy has a number of restrictions that limit the use of common area towards exclusive use common area. But there were still some gaps. We have received recently a number of requests for improvements in common area. As a result of that, we have been working closely with the Governing Documents Committee, taking a look at the current policy and have proposed the amendments that you see before you, whereby it further limits what improvements can take place in common area and address some specific items such as request for installation of sliding doors that by itself will not encroach into common area. However, its required landing would require exclusive use of common area, so that has been addressed, as has been the construction of pads for golf cart parking adjacent to a manor. That too will become exclusive use common area. So this revision to the land use policy will close those gaps. It will still allow for those standards that are currently in existence, such as the installation of solar panels or lifts, to remain in effect unless they are specifically modified to be revised or deleted. With that, that concludes my short presentation, and I am available to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay.
May I?
Are there questions about?
Okay. Could you a little bit, I am not very practical in this situation, just understand the sliding door, how that use the common area. I mean, a sliding door, I think, is, to my idea, is just a very teeny tiny.
And you are correct, and that is one of the reasons.
I'm not at all engineer. I don't know.
That's one of the reasons why it was brought up as one specific example, that the sliding door by itself will not be an encroachment into common area. However, that sliding door provides access to common area. It will require that just outside the sliding door, that an appropriate pad be constructed to allow for the proper landing of anybody stepping out of the sliding door and into common area. That is the action that will require use of common area for exclusive use. And if these changes are approved, that will not be allowed to be considered in the future.
You mean, sorry, I just understand, from coming from the door to the common area, if they need a step or something, we are not going to allow them? Am I right or am I wrong?
That is correct. At a request for an installation of a new sliding door that allows access to common area, if these revisions are approved, will not be allowed.
Okay. Any other questions? Tom?
Yeah. And that's a code requirement, isn't it?
The landing area.
That's not just not one of our policies. That's a actual code requirement, correct?
The landing area is a code requirement.
And what size is that?
I do not have the dimensions right now, and that varies by whatever edition of the building code is applicable at this time.
Okay, thanks.
Did I?
Well, just what has happened in the past, they put in a big pad, you know, and you know, where you can put your lawn furniture on it, and then they have a sidewalk coming down to the other sidewalk, and then they have, you know, all kinds of stepping stones, and which is really taking over common area, making it exclusive use. Am I going to walk up that path and go sit on their little landing and have a cup of wine with them? You know. So anyway, that's why this whole thing came up, is there have been abuses to it, and, you know, we just are trying to, you know, why are people wanting to put in sliding glass doors in their bedroom or in their other areas that were, it's not retrofitted, that's the way new doors and windows were supposed to be done, is retrofit into a similar type of door. You know, because if you do put a sliding glass door, you have a code, enforcement that you have to have a landing. So, that's it.
Maggie, go ahead.
Yes, so for some years, somebody was asleep at the wheel, or several people were asleep at the wheel or doing whatever they wanted, and they granted sliding glass doors whenever they were asked, apparently, or at least many times. So we're leaving those alone, but we are not allowing those anymore. There will be no more of those sliding doors. If it is a sliding door already and the pad has been created, those people are grandfathered in. We're not going to require them to tear anything out. We are just going back to our original requirement, which is very strict in the code, 4600. It's right there, third at the bottom. I don't want to read these 2 pages, but what exists now, if it was done according to code, if it was done with our permission before, if it's not just totally bootlegged, then it is grandfathered in. But the practice will now be restricted to what it should legally have been all along. And so this is what we're doing. And I wish to thank Bart and his committee for working so well with governing documents to get this done. This is a very good decision, and it made me happy. I was afraid we were going to have to try and have those people remove those things, and this does not need to be done. So this approves the grandfathering in of those and just says no more. And so that's good.
So I have a question just for clarification. If somebody wants to add a sliding glass door, on their footprint without changing the walk to up to the sliding glass door, then they're not allowed under this resolution to add a sliding glass door by itself, no other changes. Just change a sliding glass door.
You mean there's an existing walkway along the
No.
building there?
I'm not saying that they're going to add anything to the walkway. I'm just saying that they're going to change their door from their current door to a sliding glass door. Is that any infraction of our code to do that? Because that's within their footprint.
That is within their footprint, but then the law requires us to allow the pad, so we are not allowing that any further. So that's the idea. We are not allowing that. That was the root of all evil.
If there was a sliding glass door, say like in a Seville, you have a sliding glass door that goes out into your patio, you could change that to another sliding glass door, or I changed it to French doors, So that kind of thing can be done because it already has a landing, it's got the patio. So as long as you are changing it within that type, but just to put it on the side, like for instance, it was a Seville that had a sliding glass door that went out to the patio, and this person put in a sliding glass door adjacent to it, and then put the pad in, so now they've got, a pad, a walkway, and it's just, it really takes your attention.
Right.
Any other questions?
I have a question. I'm just trying to learn about this one. Since you're expert, I want to know, you are saying that if they cannot put a sliding door without using the common area, am I correct? I mean, by law, as I heard other people, they ask, they should be a code and then a little bit using common area. I am saying if somebody be totally, the wall is flat, they don't need any using the common area, can they just use the sliding door? Again, it's not about me. I'm just thinking about, I don't need any door. Is it possible they use the sliding door? As long as they are saying we are not using any common area, we're not using any 1 inch of the common area.
So,
Can they put?
Even though those situations may occur, if the proposed changes are approved, even those requests will not be approved, because even if there's already a flat area just outside the door, it will prevent the mutual from doing any improvements within that radius, that landing area of the sliding door. So by preventing the mutual from doing any improvements, whether it is planting or landscaping or anything, you cannot place anything directly. That will block access to the sliding door. So if these changes are approved, even in that situation will not be approved.
Right. So it's not about the land, use of land. It's about not having a sliding door.
It is about the land. Why do you have a sliding door?
Well, I had the floor. I was talking. Excuse me.
Let us finish.
Okay. So thank you so much, Mr. President. So I am saying, so it's not about the land. I am against giving extra land to people, but I'm not against if they want a sliding door, they can have a sliding door as long as they are not using land. So by your explanation, maybe I understand wrong. Please correct me. You are saying if it is passed, people, period, cannot use a sliding door, period. It doesn't matter using the land, not using the land, whatever. So is that correct?
So if there is an application for a new sliding door that leads to common area, that will not be allowed.
There you go. So it's not about land. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, building code, is it Orange County or City of Laguna Woods? But the building code does not allow for a sliding glass door access without the slab out there, correct? So even if the sliding glass door was fine and worked fine, you still have to have the landing by code. And it's not up to United Mutual to decide, it's a requirement. Is that correct?
It is correct that it requires a clear landing area just outside of the sliding glass door, of the sliding door.
But can that landing area be dirt?
No.
It has to be a slab, doesn't it?
Right.
But it can be any, the materials will vary. Just that area then is restricted as a landing area only. It cannot be used for anything else.
Okay.
Like a slab or a wooden deck.
Right, 4,600 states that it takes a 67% of the vote of the membership, the entire membership, in order to grant anything like that. There are no exclusive use common areas outside the original footprint of the manor. Read the last paragraph on page 9 of 10. This is 4,600. B3E is not applicable. Okay, so if the sliding glass door exists and the pavement already exists, we are grandfathering those instances in. Otherwise, there is no one with a sliding glass door open to dirt. That will not be allowed, and we will not allow it anymore because we can't buy 4,600. See, there are no exclusive, we don't grant them exclusive use extra. We cannot grant anyone exclusive use to common land outside the footprint. We're stuck.
Okay, Tom.
Motion to approve this resolution as written.
Okay.
I second it.
Is there a second? Okay, all those in favor, raise your hand.
Paul had maybe somebody on the next.
It's all right. Let's go ahead.
Okay.
One, two, raise your hand if you're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So measure is passed.
Okay.
Motion is passed. Okay, let's try to finish this up quickly. Moving forward, let's try to wrap this up because we still got the committee reports. So last new business item is 13C, entertain a motion to discuss and consider criminal background qualifications policy. That's 13C. Could you read that, Maggie?
All right. Whereas the Governing Documents Review Committee is tasked to review policy and processes for consistency, the board recognized the need to establish a criminal background qualifications policy December 13th, 2022, that the board of directors of this corporation hereby approves the criminal background qualification policy as attached to the minutes. Resolved further, the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized. Okay, now if you go to page 5 of 10, you'll see what the new one is. It says, go to qualifications. Applications with the following crimes will be disqualified. Individuals with a lifetime requirement to register as a sex offender, and 2, individuals convicted of manufacturing methamphetamine. For other past convictions in history, United shall evaluate the nature and severity of the crime and the elapsed time to make a determination based on facts and evidence rather than a perceived threat. An infraction petty offense is a minor violation, that's A. B, a misdemeanor is a crime. This United will evaluate the convictions for misdemeanors within 5 years based on those 4 criteria, or 5 criteria, which are easily discernible. C, felony is a crime that can result in punishment ranging from a year to life. and a fine of $10,000. And the judge has the option of probation, felony probation. And these are the ones that we are concerned about, felonies within 20 years. So beyond 20 years is considered not relevant for our purposes. Misdemeanors, it's 5 years and certain types. So the types are listed. It's not questionable in doubt. And the people seem to want that security of knowing that their neighbors don't have that background. Of course, anybody already living here who has that background is already in, and we're not going to throw anybody out for that. We can't do a search of everyone's rap sheet at this time. So we are going for the new entering members.
Okay, any discussion on this, or did we make a motion to pass this?
Right.
Did someone make a motion?
I think I did when I moved the motion.
Okay, is it seconded? Diane seconded it. Okay, any more discussion about it before we approve it? Nope. Okay, all those in favor of the criminal background check? Motion, please go ahead. Raise your hand, sorry. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, it's approved.
For 28 days.
What?
For 28 days.
Yes.
Yes, it's approved. No, that's already past the 28 days.
President?
That's already past the 28 days, so that's yeah.
Staff then recommends that a board member postpones the resolution to the next available board meeting in no less than 28 days from the postponement.
Okay, I'm correct.
So this must be a new business item. Okay. Okay.
Okay, so last two, B and C, were just approved for further discussion at another meeting.
Mr. President, Francis is on.
Francis, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I just do have one minor correction. On page 7 of 10,
okay,
the first paragraph has an extra wording that needs to be removed. So current members of one mutual who wishes to purchase in another mutual are required to meet the requirements. So the word not needs to be removed from the policy.
Yes, that's true.
Okay. Was there another
Thank you,
change
Fran.
too?
And that's it.
That's it, okay.
That's it?
That was it. Thank you.
Thank you.
So just to go over 13B and C are moved to our next meeting for a vote? Is that right? Yes. Okay. Okay, any director comments before we go briefly to committee reports? Any director comments? No?
Yeah, I want just to thank you for a very calm meeting. And it definitely shows that being the leader is an art. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to committee reports. Let's try to do this
And
quickly.
Can we pass this one? Is 1:30?
Yeah,
I mean,
we've
is
passed
it
it for 3
possible?
months in a row, though. We
Okay.
haven't discussed committees.
Okay, whatever.
So let's just take 10 minutes, see if we can finish these committee reports.
Well, just
Okay, so committee report A is Finance Committee. Zara,
I
do you want to?
should bring
Okay.
15.
Yeah, anyone?
Yeah, can you give
Let's
at least
take a
5
5-minute
minutes to us?
Yeah, let's take a
Yeah,
5-minute
thank you.
break.
I need.
I tried to escape, but he didn't let me. I tried. Believe me, I didn't.
Going this way. Pearl. Don't envy. Okay, we could start with.
Yes.
So, if anyone would like to make a motion to skip the rest of the meeting, and we could go right to lunch, and then go to closed session, we could do that. I just want to have a consensus from the board.
I would agree to, Lazar, do you want to do yours, or shall we just?
I don't know. What should I do? I do.
Do you want to make a motion to let Azar speak, or just go right to lunch? So, either way.
You can skip if you want.
I just want to get a consensus.
Oh.
I would make a motion, we recess at this time, meeting to recess for lunch.
Oh,
Okay, I'll second it.
Okay.
All those in favor of skipping the rest, going to lunch? Okay. We'll
Did you
do
write down
that.
unanimously?
All right. So, meeting is adjourned.
Thank you. That was
recess,
great
yeah.
meeting. Great meeting.
For